got Weston Bouchér, not from Waterboy, right?
Well, yeah, a little bit. No, there's no relation, but it did help my life in terms of people pronouncing my name right for once.
Model, YouTuber. I didn't even know you were a singer, everything. I think I started watching you in the end of 18, definitely 19.
Well, I appreciate it because that's way back. I mean, I watched some of those videos and I cringe, but, you know, you just get better over time. You refine, so.
Yeah, I watched the one, it was like the before and after. I probably watched that. I think it's one of your big, I probably had 500,000 of the views on that one.
Yeah, it's wild. I mean, before and afters always get people because if people just come across me, they just assume that I've been able to stay in shape from a young age and, you know, just never really had ups and downs and valleys and peaks like other people. They just, I don't know. I'm not sure why. But when they see the before, it's when it's really powerful because then it's relatable, right? You're like, this guy worked towards this. He found some way to use a formula of some kind, right?
Yeah, it's kind of almost like fact check, right? Because you come all crazy, and then you can see that the stuff works that you're using. I bought all of it, and we'll go through all that stuff too.
Well, I appreciate it. I mean, everything I try to do is to be authentic and genuine and say, these are the things I've learned from other people over the years. This is my journey right now while I'm trying this. And that's been the best recipe from the beginning, because if people don't trust you right out the gates, it's a struggle to get that credibility there, and they're just going to call bullshit. So
before we get into everything, I'm dying to know, how does one get branded or start to work with RollsRoyce? That one stuck out. I think that would stick out to anybody. I mean, what an accomplishment.
Oh, I appreciate that.
So, like, do they call you? How do they find you?
They found me through my LA agency, LA Models. So I'm with a multitude of agencies, and they each have different regions. They have relationships with certain clients. And in that regard, they had a relationship with RollsRoyce. So they go to the site and say, we need a guy that looks like XYZ. And then they present some options and they decide, oh, we want Weston. And then that's how that goes. So it's definitely a cool feeling. I feel humbled with each shoot because I'm like, what am I doing here on this set right now? You know, I'm from this like east part of San Diego County, you know, humble beginnings, and it's just been a fun ride. Like, the modeling is probably about 11 to 12 years now, and some of the most wild experiences for sure. But it's what I learned from that I realized there's so many guys out there that are just curious about how to better themselves, and that's kind of what I do, is men's self-improvement, to say, like, I really learned some great things that I can relay to any guy that is going to improve their quality of life. So.
Now, like, when you're going through school, what are you into? Are you into sports? I know you were into music. I know you went even further in music in college, but in school, what are you into? Are you into sports, or is modeling on your mind, music? What's your thing? Like, you know, everybody wants to be either Jordan or Kobe, or now, I'm not sure, as the NBA has changed, or Tom Brady. You know, like, what did you want to be early on?
Sure. Modeling came way later. Most of the things in my life just were unexpected, and we can get into that later about reinventing yourself and being okay with career changes. I think a lot of guys struggle with that, about ego and having something solid that they know they're going to do the rest of their life. But for me, at a young age, I tried to just keep an open mind and see how I'm wired. If you could figure out how you're wired, it makes it a lot easier, because then the things that are magnetic to you, like, they'll come and you can try them, and it'll help you to kind of figure out who you are and what is the best end result for you in terms of being productive and getting into a career. So for me, from a young age, I was really into music, but I also felt this physical side of me that I wanted to get into football. I wanted to be a running back. And at the time, my family just didn't have the money for all the costs, the uniform and all those things. So I made the decision to get a job at my friend's Chinese restaurant as a dishwasher.
Oh, man.
I saved up money and I bought my first guitar. And that's where everything just went all music for a huge portion of my life. Ended up playing professionally, trying to get signed, working with producers. Had an amazing experience doing that for many, many years. But as most know, music is a tough road, and you're working with other musicians, and everyone's eccentric and has different personalities, and business is hard. when you're just trying to you have to do long haul. You have to sacrifice everything for music. So props to any musician out there that stuck with it.
I know I had one of the vocalists from Corn. They've been around forever, Kalen, and he can still belt it out like he could 20 years ago. It was amazing to hear him sing. Speaking of rewiring, so you wanted to play football, so you kind of had to rewire yourself to go to more toward music because of financial reasons and work.
Sure.
What's a few tips for those who they go down a path that it's just not working to rewire the mind to maybe something more suitable?
Well, I think you have to not worry about what other people think, first of all, because you're probably going to project something into your own life where you think, this will impress my family or friends or network of people. And you might get pressured into just feeling like, well, I don't want to take anything that's too high risk. And so people will maybe go the college route right out the gates, and then they get out of the college and they realize once they're doing it full time, wow, I really don't even like this. So that's where I think people should give themselves the freedom to explore for a little bit. I mean, I know that's easier said than done because money is how we live. So I know that people, if they have the ability to take a year off or travel, I would highly recommend that. I was only able to do that through a job that I got from a young age when I was in the video game industry. And I always loved video games. I always loved creative stuff. So I was in the video game industry for 7 years. So that happened because I pursued things that I liked already, right? I was going to an advertising arts college for like 6 months. I hated it. Like I just felt really restrained. I wasn't really enjoying it. And it just so happened that, every day I would drive there, Midway Games was on the same street. Like I couldn't believe it. And if anyone remembers Midway, they made all the Mortal Kombat titles. So for
remember
me,
Mortal Kombat, Street Fighter, that was those times.
That was those days. Yep, yeah. Exactly. Coin op, putting your quarter up on to play the next round, challenge. So I got in the video game industry early on, and I've looked over my lifetime, and I've just noticed this pattern. I either get bored every decade and get into something new, or I just want to introduce something new that I'm exploring at the same time, and then that takes off more than the current thing. But every single time there was a theme of creative, producer-esque role in some way, refining, getting better. And I think that's the same for any guy out there or person, that if you just really, really embrace who you are and you look at your wiring, what you're attracted to, the things you're interested in, you will manifest that end result you want. I think that hard work is obvious, that needs to come, but some people forget sometimes, and then just be humble and know that you have to start at the ground level and be okay with that. To be a nobody for a really long time is what it takes, and just be genuine along the way. Just be super genuine if you can.
And this is coming from a guy who's been on the cover of an Xbox game, all kinds of games, Lexus, RollsRoyce. Pull up tab 2. When you were in the band, I can only imagine some of the. Give me a story from when you were in the band with us, because again, I didn't even know that you were singing, and you have been doing this for so long.
Sure.
Are you still doing it now? You still putting stuff out now?
I'm just fiddling with the guitar mostly here and there for fun right now. I've gone through various phases of music. I played with bands, like I said, for a majority of that time. It was a lot of alt rock and prog rock, kind of like if you were to take Incubus and like Muse, Mars Volta, some of those bands and merge them together. And I was lead guitarist in that. And then I went on to start to write for film and music. I wanted to get into that. And just like with anything, when you dive in, it's super overwhelming. But what I came to realize is that I want to revisit this later in life because but this is the whole thing when I'm saying about people. Go test the waters so that you can figure out what you really want to do next. So I dove in with that for a little bit, years. But I came to find that it's going to take probably 10 years to see the real result. And I was like, I'm having this I was doing photography as well at the time. I had this modeling opportunity, and I just went with what I felt like this was the quickest road to success in that moment for where I was in that season in life, and I was okay with that. And these opportunities don't just come because I'm lucky. Like, I'm putting myself out there. I'm being vulnerable, and I'm trying to network with people all the time. Like
for that, you took in college, you took classic guitar class, right?
Not in college. I had a private teacher. Later in life, I was self-taught on guitar for most of my life, and then I switched gears from electric to classical. And it was just a whole new beast. So that's where I learned classical and, reading sheet music and things like that. So yeah, it's weird. You'd think I'm like 90 years old with all the stuff I've done, but it's really just because there's a lot of time if you think about how much you can accomplish in a decade, and maybe you're doing 2 things at once or 3, or you're doing stuff in your off time. Just thirsty for life, trying to figure out, what I'm going to enjoy most and how to provide for myself too. I'm not going to lie. Like, there's been crazy times, it's just what it is.
And the band thing was during college, right? Was that during college?
Yes. Well, I was only at the Advertising Arts College for like 7 months, 9 months, maybe at the most.
In San Diego?
Yeah, in San Diego. So
I still had to be fun though.
Oh, it was so much fun.
Give me a good story, because that had to be a fest.
It was wild. I mean, we had fan mail, like back when before it was like email, we would get fan mail, like little letters and stuff, handwritten notes and everything. We had some crazy times. I mean, there's nothing like standing on a stage and seeing people and they start to recognize your songs and you see them starting to sing them in the front row. That is unreal. Like, there's nothing like that. It's incredible. And I'm so grateful that I had that opportunity to write music and share that with other people.
Give me a horror story.
A horror story would be when we got invited to play at this church once, and it was like on Halloween of all things. Super weird. I think they were maybe using the space, renting it. And my drummer Brant and my bassist Sean get into it, but so much so that it's in the middle of the song and they start going at each other. And then it leads like into off stage and, a fist fight basically. That was pretty wild because we were all wearing wigs and we had like costumes on. So it was a shit show. Yeah, for sure. And I think at that time that was one of those breaking points where we're like, you know what? Some of us in the band like really want to make a living with this. We want to do this. And it just felt like it was going to take too long to get there. The band needed to mature as a whole. So, and
imagine if you would have went that route now with all the streaming, and then you would have to decide, and say you did get a deal, you'd have to decide, do you want to go independent? Do you want to do a 360 deal? Which I still think if you can't get like a normal deal, I still think the 360 deal would be the way to go. Say you had done that and you got to the point now where you're popular and you have a choice. You can sign with a label and do a 360 deal within reason, which would be like, say 3 years, basically they own you, or go independent. Which would you do now at this time?
Absolutely independent. I mean,
really?
if I've learned anything, it's that, I mean, I guess you got to be good at self-promotion, first of all, but there's all the things that are available now for anyone in the creative field or anyone doing anything. You can give the whole world a window into what you do. So if you are good at it, it's going to catch fire because people can't deny when they see talent. Like, they just can't. I mean, you look at Bieber on YouTube and things like that, or even Jake, that new artist that blew up on TikTok. I mean, he started just singing other people's songs, and then he started writing his own, putting on TikTok, getting creative, and he's so many views, so many downloads. Like, that can happen. So I think the key there is being very good at what you do, obviously putting in the work. But I would never want to be indebted to a label at this point, because even back then I was really skeptical because it's essentially just a loan, and you need them for distribution, you need them for promotion, you need them for connections. And so I speak from this from a naive place because it's been a really long time. So I could definitely be wrong about this, but I'm just basing it off my own experience of promoting myself, like my YouTube channel, my menswear line. Like, I see opportunities there that have come from just me being independent, and it's worked pretty well. I mean, sure, there's probably something out there that could take me way next level. But I got to grow first. I got to be ready for that.
See, I just think it's too hard. Unless you're really, really good, and like or you've been on, maybe a TV show, or you have like a modeling thing like you have. But if you just come out and you're really, really good and you try to go independent, I think you just go sign the 2 years, say fuck it, let them take all your money, because they're going to market you. They're investing in you. So yeah, you're not going to make anything, but you're probably not going to make anything in 2 years independently. It's probably going to take you 10. So even if for that 2 years you got to run around from city to city, do this, do that, they're paying for it.
Yeah.
And at least you get out there. And then if you're smart and you have a relatively reasonable contract, okay, you give up 2-3 years, maybe you got to work a second job washing dishes. But in those 3 years, that label is going to put you out there where you're going to get noticed if you're good. That's just the way I look at it. But I see a lot of artists, no matter what it is, whether it's just a musician or singing, whatever it may be, they're so dead set on they don't want to give up their material. Like, if they wrote it, they made it, that's theirs. It's only theirs. They don't want anyone else to have control. But it's a business. And if you're looking at it from a business standpoint, if Universal comes to you, maybe you're not going to make anything. But Universal's got way more power to market you than you do yourself in a quicker way. That's just how I see it. Now, I can't sing to save my life. I love to play the guitar. I would love to play the piano. I can't do anything. So this is based off this peanut opinion over here.
That's all right. I think that you're onto something there for sure. I think that there's powerful entities that can get you from A to Z really quick. I think what I would do looking back is I'd try to negotiate a 1-year contract if I could, because I don't want them to have my sophomore album, because oftentimes that either that first album or that second album are the big ones that people always fall in love with. So I would hope to have some ownership of that, because of how much the third album is always like the gray area where you don't know what you're going to get usually with most bands. So yeah, I know, I think you're onto something for sure, because you can only scale so much when you don't have a big team. That's where it's like you'd either have to independently hire a manager, independently hire like a tour manager on top of that, and then someone else is doing all your marketing and promo. So that's essentially with music why I shifted gears, because I just had to make peace with it. But our band also ended tragically with my lead singer, Aaron Gabriel Rowan. He passed away when we were doing our final studio album, or like our biggest studio album, I should say. And we hadn't even finished it yet. And he had this rare condition, genetic disease, and he passed away suddenly. And it was just so awful for everyone. He was the most magnificent person, incredible. So incredible. And so what happened was we still had to finish the album, and I'd sung backup harmonies with him, right? He had already tracked his vocals, so I had to go in the studio and I was singing to his voice.
And he's already gone.
He's already gone. It was very wild, but it was a privilege. So yeah. So things shifted gears from there. I knew that I had spent over a decade investing into that particular band, let alone music, and I really had to start rethinking things at that point.
So now when you shift gears, what's the first thing that happens?
I thought I would try to do stuff on my own. I thought that I could possibly have the control after, I guess, all that loss, that if I did solo, maybe if I did film and music, and then I also try to do classical guitar, I could do events on weekends and do it my own way and try to really build up something with over time. Again, it's the same reasons. It's extremely difficult. It just takes a lot of time, and that's when I was doing photography at that time. That was after I left Midway Games. So photography was like a good 12, 13 years. And so I was trying to just figure out what was going to be the best road for a lifetime. That's where I went wrong. And I think that's where everyone goes wrong, is they think that they're, aside from those few professions where it's like, I knew I was going to be a doctor from birth or whatever, right? Like the typical things you would go to college for, where it really warrants getting that degree and there is some weight there, because I just don't think it does as much anymore now. Like, I think if you have a certain skill, you can crush it. without that degree. So yeah, I knew I had to shift gears, and that's why I started to pursue the modeling work, because I had a connection through my photography, and then that was a wild ride from there too.
What was the first, not the biggest, but what was the first decent modeling call that you got? And tell me how that went A to Z. Like, like Alexis, just like a name. You have so many, but the first name brand one that you got, and how you felt walking in, how they treated you on this, the lighting, how long are you there? How many, did you have to cut for it? Did you have to gain for it? What was the first big one, and how did it go? Can you pull up tab 3? This episode is brought to you by Let's Get Checked. Are you the man your father was? Recent studies have shown that men's testosterone levels have dropped substantially since the 1980s at about an average of 1% per year. Think about how old your father was when he was born. For example, if he was 30, your testosterone levels could be 30% lower than his. Low testosterone levels can have all type of health effects on men. It can affect your mood, sex drive, memory, muscle mass loss, you name it. And yes, low testosterone is more common the older you get, but it can affect men at any age. So let's talk about today's sponsor, Let's Get Checked. You can order a testing kit that will be delivered to you in a discreet packaging with next-day delivery. Once your sample arrives in the laboratory, confidential results will be available from your secure online account within 2 to 5 days. So, if you want to test your hormone levels without having to leave your home, visit trylgc.com/MSCS Media and get 25% off your test using the code MSCS Media. The link is in the description at the top. This podcast is brought to you by Monster Energy. Tear into a can of the meanest energy drink on the planet, Monster Energy. It's the ideal combo of the right ingredients in the right proportion to deliver a big bad buzz that only Monster can. Monster packs a powerful punch, has a smooth, easy drinking flavor. Athletes, musicians, co-eds, road warriors, metalheads, geeks, hipsters, and bikers dig it. You will too. Monster Energy is more than just the green OG. Monster has Monster Ultra, Juice Monster, Monster Hydro, Rehab Monster, Dragon Tea, Monster Max, Muscle Monster, and many more. Buy on Amazon, buy on Walmart, or go to monsterenergy.com and believe me, you'll find a place. Unleash the beast. Monster Energy.
Well, it was Harley Davidson.
That was the first one?
It was. So,
wow.
And I thank God for that. Like, I can't believe it, I mean, I was so amped.
Harley Davidson was the first big one? Holy
I know.
shit.
But you know what the thing is? There's not that many models that they can trust them on their prototype bikes to ride it, to not crash it. So because I, knew how to ride bikes, that was a huge thing. There was a guy called a bike wrangler. And so we went to the audition after the first phase of, getting selected, where you don't know if you're actually booking it for sure or not. You're kind of like on a hold. Then you come back for the callback, and you're in a parking lot, and you kind of do a figure eight to some degree on a Road King or some big bike of theirs. And I did it, and not everyone can do that, unfortunately. So
we're trying to find the Harley here. Which one's the Harley?
Should be coming up pretty soon.
I can't believe that was the first one.
I know. I was really grateful because that was a multi-day shoot. So I just was all the way in. Oh, that's my bike, yeah. So for me, I was on set, meeting all these people, shooting out in the desert. There's Harley on the right side. And that was a different Harley shoot. But I could see the energy on set, and it was so infectious. The thing is I thought modeling would just be a bunch of crazy egos and all fashion and runway, and I'm like, that's not me, So when I started off with Harley, I immediately fell in love because I was riding motorcycles, getting paid for it, and everyone on set is really cool. Everyone's working for Harley. It's very different than if it's like a Prada shoot or something like that. I would imagine. Didn't work for Prada, but I've done other brands that are kind of a little more hoity-toity, but so I started asking around. I was like, oh, what agency are you with? Do you mind me asking, how much models typically make? And they're like, well, if you sign with a lot of agencies and you go global, and you go all over the world and stuff, you can get to 6 figures and things like that. And so I just went all in. I just applied myself. I got rejected a lot by agencies, but I just was like, everyone gets rejected. I mean, it's just part of it, and it's scary. In LA for sure. It's a totally different world. But I came to find that I found my niche like around that industry, and was able to meet a lot of great people. So it wasn't this dark, creepy, wild place. It can be, but I stood my ground, and I was always me. Even on set, and they'd be like, "You don't live in LA, do you?" And I was like, "No, I'm from San Diego," because I was more down to earth. I'm not like tooting my own horn. But it's very status-based there. It's very much like, what can you do for me? That's on the other side. They're looking through you to kind of see what your status is to work for connections. I get that. I respect that. You're in Hollywood and you have a limited amount of time. Maybe you move from the Midwest and you sacrifice everything. You need to get there quick or you're going to burn out and maybe you have to leave. So I got that, It just wasn't my identity, and I think that was my ally through everything. And that we can talk about that too, but I think the identity is so important.
Yeah, talk about that, because a lot of people, if your first big call is Harley Davidson, I mean, first off, you have to be nervous. I don't care who you are. You're walking into generations and generations of a company, and it's odd that you say that they were so cool, but then when you go to more of a bougie brand, it's like I would assume it's boom, 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 boom.
Yeah, the RollsRoyce shoot was a little bit different.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you're driving that car, I'm watching. Am I gonna hit these side mirrors in this like spot in Hollywood? Where were we? I think we were in Beverly Hills, and there's a drone following and everything. So that was wild. But with Harley, it was wild. I mean,
yeah, Weston, if you could take me through. Okay, when you did RollsRoyce, how they have the drone, take me through A to Z RollsRoyce compared to Harley A to Z. That would be really cool.
Well, with Harley, it felt like I was a stunt writer. I mean, I could have died many times. I will.
I'm not laughing.
Absolutely. No, I will absolutely say that. It was crazy. You have this, what's the Porsche, the SUV, the Cayenne?
Yeah, the Cayenne, and then they have the other one. Yeah.
So it was the Cayenne at the time, and it's fully built out with a huge boom arm that's motorized. There's guys inside controlling it. And it has no brake lights, which I'm not sure why they do that. I think maybe the red lights will show up on the bike.
Oh, the reflection.
Yeah,
right?
So I don't know when they're stopping and slowing down, but I got to follow at this perfect distance while I think we were up by that Griffith Park, and we were going on these crazy roads, and they're asking me, can you tip the bike even more? It was like the new version of the lowrider, and I was scraping the pegs going back and forth. And it was terrifying but amazing at the same time, because the boom arm camera is almost close to the gas tank and we're going at speed, so that was wild. And you get done, you take a break off set and people are just chilling, they're eating food, it's all catered, it's just super relaxed. The stylists are just they're like, yeah, you want to take these boots home when you leave. It was just like so low key, and
laid back,
kind
of like old school type of thing.
Yeah, I mean, we shot a lot, but
what time did you have to get there the first day?
Oh God, the call times for most shoots are crazy early. Like not always, but shoots that are multi-day are usually like, I don't know, 5:30 a.m. stuff like that. And you got to instantly try to look like good, on camera. And so yeah, that shoot was just.
And then how long? So like when you do Harley, say you get there.
10 hours, yeah.
10 hours.
Yeah.
10 hours straight.
Mm-hmm.
And then are you done? Or you have to go back the next day?
The next day as well. Yeah, when it's multi-day shoot. So.
Damn.
Yeah, so RollsRoyce was a one-day shoot, and the worst part about that was that I never really talked to hardly anybody besides the stylist. And like I chatted with the producer a little bit, but they're just in their own world, and maybe they fly someone in to be directing at that point, and these are some big shot, who knows. And so with that, it's just you're just thinking about, I don't want to let them down because I feel like they're expecting the world from me and I can't slip up. Everything went great that day. Worst part is the commercial never aired. The worst part about being in the modeling industry is like you don't even see your images majority of the time. They could end up in a media library for years, even though you're so pumped to see it. Or it could end up on a billboard in India, which happened to me, and I have people tell me still to send me a picture. I'm like, who? I have no idea who.
Oh, you didn't even know on the
I don't even know if they can legally use it. You know, like it's a weird thing, and it's whatever. Like, I'm not complaining, like, oh, poor guy. Like, it's not like that. It's just it's a funny world. So
how did they use the drone with the Rolls?
We were going through neighborhoods in Beverly Hills, and it was just flying in front, you know, to kind of look back on the front of the vehicle, coming around the side and stuff like that. They were getting a lot of various footage to put the whole commercial together. The director finally gave me a link to watch it, but I was not allowed to share any of it because what ended up happening was there was some like licensing discrepancy on the vehicle and the parts, and they didn't tell me why, but it's just stuff like that where they're just throwing money at stuff, and sometimes it just doesn't even see the light of day.
Well, they have it.
Yeah.
I mean, what's the top one, the big one that's like a gazillion pounds? That's like what, 650 now?
I'm not sure, honestly.
Is that what it is?
It's not my wheelhouse. I hope it is someday. I wouldn't mind owning one for sure. They are cozy, yeah.
And then you did a lot with Hard Rock, right? I saw a lot of that come up. Now, how's that set up?
Well, Hard Rock was Hard Rock Hotel in San Diego, so I didn't do. Did I do? No, I did other hotels in Vegas, but. Venetian was that one, yeah. But Hard Rock was a day shoot. It was low key, but then they ended up using all the images for the site. So you go there to book,
That's
and
awesome,
it's
right?
me. Yeah, it's cool. It's cool.
How weird is that on some of these to see you? Because like you did Ford, Southwest Airlines, MasterCard. That's crazy. You got MasterCard too.
Yeah. Well, the funny one about Southwest is my fiance, Katie Corio. She was booking our flights. I think we're going to see her family in Albuquerque. And she was looking into the, it's called like the partner. It's like, the name escapes me right now. But the whole program is like you can have like a partner in the program and they get to fly free, right? So she's applying and she goes on the page and it's me like with this girl around my arms on the page. And she's like, I can't be mad at you, but I feel like I should be mad at you. So it's funny stuff like that I don't know. I enjoyed over the years.
How was the MasterCard one?
Well, that was wild. I mean, you could see I'm wearing full snow gear and looking like I'm in motion. So I jumped in the air to do that probably 20 different times, and then you just get that one angle, that one shot. But you got to look like cool while you're doing it.
Yeah.
So all the other ones, I didn't look so cool. But, it finally got it in that one. So
were they uptight? Were they like uptight type of people?
They weren't because that was for their luxury gold card, and it's an awesome card. It's like a premium card, kind of like American Express Black. So they have, with a membership, you get an actual magazine subscription to this awesome luxury magazine, and they do ads throughout that. So it was pretty low key. I have that card still to this day. That was one really cool perk, is that I have a luxury card for life membership, just because of the modeling. So that's
so cool, man.
Yeah, there's a lot of cool things. I would definitely say to someone wanting to get into modeling, because I started my YouTube channel on that premise, to watch my videos first about the modeling industry, so that any of you guys out there listening or watching to this that want to become a model, I'm here to help to make sure that you really want to do it, because there's a lot of stuff that comes with it you would not expect.
Two more I want to know about with the modeling. How was Mercedes? Now, we know how RollsRoyce was.
Mm-hmm.
You came in, boom. They just want to get it done. You talk to one person. Harley Davidson, the cool as can be. You also did Lexus.
Mm-hmm.
How was Mercedes?
Mercedes was also surprisingly low key. That truck was a Toyota at the time, and they superimposed the actual model because they didn't even want to show anyone yet. I don't even think it was available. It was when Mercedes did their first truck. So, I think that one was a 2-day shoot, but It was low key, honestly. And I don't know why. I think it was a German team that came in overseas that shot that. So sometimes it's even better when it's out of country team. I just feel like they're more respectful sometimes. I think when it's an LA crew, you're just kind of expendable, you know? Like you're a walking mannequin.
Just a walking robot, right?
Yeah. So
even people in general that I meet, those who come from other countries are so nice. They're just such nicer people. The ego isn't there. Mm-hmm. The entitlement doesn't seem to be there. You know, and they're just funny. They're funny.
They are funny.
Laid back. I just talked to Charlie Ward, and it brought back memories of my buddies in the UK.
Yeah.
Mate, you bloke. You bloke. You're such a fucking bloke. You. He was dying. And here's a guy who's massive guy. And then Men's Health. Now, when you get the call from Men's Health, when you get the call, how does that happen? And do they say, hey, look, Weston, we want you, 185, How does that go?
Well, there were a couple opportunities.
And congratulations, Weston.
Thank you.
Not just the roles, but Men's Health. I mean, shit. I mean, that's a hell of an accomplishment.
Oh, thank you so much. I'm very grateful for that. It's done a lot for me, because of the credibility, of course. They're just such a powerful iconic name, in health. And I had opportunities before that to do other covers through my LA Models agency. But it would everything in the modeling industry is last minute, right? So they're just like, send us digitals right now. There's this cover opportunity. And it's like, what if I'm just on an off week and I'm a little bit bloated or something? You got to have these abs all the time. This is crazy. Like, how are you supposed to do this? And so I didn't get those first couple opportunities. I was in good shape still then. But to get a Men's Health US cover is almost impossible now because it's celebrities. It's almost all celebrities now. It's very rare. I mean, they do mix some in, but they are usually someone noteworthy in the entertainment industry of some kind. For that, to get this cover, I took great lengths. I went to South Africa. I went to Cape Town, South Africa. That's where that's shot. I went there for 3 months to sign with an agency that wanted me, and I went out there and committed to it. And they told me that they did have relationships with the Men's Health headquarters that was in Cape Town and other relationships. I went on to shoot with Polo and a couple other brands out there. And that was how that came to be. There were a few different models that were with the same agency as me. We went to Men's Health headquarters. We went with Rob, and he was the one that was going to select, who got shot. So I went into a room, just me and him talking. He's just asking me questions. And about a week later, I got the call that we were going to do the shoot, and I was just like, oh my God, it's really going to happen.
Because you knew you knew if you got Men's Health, the game changes.
Yes, because, at the time, my YouTube channel, it's credibility, right? Like, if you have shot a Men's Health cover, the odds of someone listening to you about health and fitness advice over someone who does not, it's a big jump, and it's just perception. It does not mean that I know more than so many other amazing people out there that are great at health and fitness, and everything that goes with it. But yeah, that took it to the next level. So the funny thing about that is I was not happy with how I looked for the cover. And that's how the mindset you get to that point when you get to that spot where you're comparing yourself to other people that are in that little bracket of fitness level. Like when you get to that spot where you're in the best shape of your life. I was shooting that same day with another model who's done so many covers. So he shows up and he's just like, I was like, so what'd you eat this morning? He's like, a bowl of cereal. I was like, oh, okay, whatever.
You're like, what?
What? Yeah, I was like, I must be doing it all wrong.
What were you eating up into this point when you shot the Men's Health? Like, what was your diet, say, 10 days out?
Well, I had gotten injured, and that's why I wasn't happy with this shoot, because I did have bloat because I had a really terrible rolled ankle, and my whole leg was kind of like just looked bad, and I wasn't able to train. Like so leading up to it,
right?
yeah, it was really the worst timing ever. But that's when I kicked into gear, diet modification to make it happen. So I don't recommend this for people, but I went into a diuretic kind of approach where I was just getting rid of water weight as much as I could because the injury was making me hold water. So I'm always all about whole foods, and I continue to do that to this day. So it was what you would expect. It was very, very much lean proteins, rice, like steamed rice, veggies. Like it's not, there's no secret that gets you there quick. But when I added on things like coconut water and asparagus, because that's also a natural diuretic, a gallon of water a day, my system was just getting so clean, right? And I was just flushing out everything. So that's what I did leading up to that.
I always hear about coconut water. Why coconut water?
It's just a natural diuretic. So
is it really?
Yeah, wow. Yeah, it is. Yeah, among many other things, it's really high in potassium. It's great. It's kind of like the ultimate Gatorade alternative
that doesn't have any sugar, sodium,
fructose,
and actually leans you out. Really?
Yeah.
Wow. I was dating this girl from Ecuador, and she would always drink aloe water. Right? It was
aloe water.
Aloe? Yeah. No, not aloe water.
I've seen that.
What was the water we were?
Coconut.
I'm sorry, coconut water. And I would be like, "What the hell is it with this coconut water shit? Like, it must be this island thing."
Yeah.
So wow, I didn't know it was a diuretic.
Yeah, it's great. You just want to look for it to be either organic or it should just be one ingredient on the back. That's what you just want to look for that, so they don't add sugar. Otherwise, I highly recommend it. Yeah.
So you're injured, you go in there to do that. How many different takes do they do?
We shot all day for that. Because inside the magazine, there's also other spreads, right? We did other parts to it. So we started in the water, and if you haven't been to Cape Town, South Africa, the water looks Caribbean, but it's ice cold. It is really? So cold, insanely cold. So I'm hobbling around on my rolled ankle in the sand, and I can't really see what's below me. They have strobe flashlights on stands in the water, shooting remotely, wireless, and the photographer's out there on the beach looking back at me, and I'm looking into the sun, which is why you can see I'm just really squinting really, really hard. And we shot in that location for that spot, like those images, that series, for a good couple hours, and then we went to a different spot. It was just a whole day shoot, but it was pretty wild.
What's the society like over there? Are they modernized, or is it just spots that are modernized?
Spots. It's the most bizarre, incredible place. I feel like it's the gem of the world that so many people should go see, and they shouldn't be too afraid of it. I know there are dangerous places, but the landscape is unreal and the food is unreal. Like, it's very modernized in Cape Town, to the point where it would blow away restaurants here in America, and a lot of their shops and businesses are just marketed so well. They're so beautiful, the presentation, but it is the one place where it truly feels like there's like the 1% and everyone else. Like, it's wild. There's just, it's got this millionaire vibe, but then over 50% of the population's unemployed. So everyone's kind of, there's angst, right? Because of everyone that doesn't have much to live on. So you have to watch it if you're at a restaurant and you just leave your phone on the table. You don't want to do that. Like, so it's not that bad, but I wouldn't be walking around at night in certain parts of the city, or go on a hike.
I wonder why they did it out there.
There's actually a huge modeling scene in Cape Town.
Really?
It's not so much, right? As now. Yes, it's the landscape, and it's more affordable if you can do it. A lot of the European brands, or like, let's say if it's Mercedes or something, they're going to shoot. A lot of the automotive brands love to shoot in Cape Town because it's just wild landscapes, so beautiful, and they can make it happen easier than going all the way to LA maybe. And again, it's the way it looks. But yeah, I was playing beach volleyball there. I was just getting into it, and the whole beach was just models. It was bizarre. Like, it's all these models from Germany and parts of Europe. So yeah, that's Cape Town's it's for that reason. It's incredibly beautiful, and it's a hub that is been pretty popular for the modeling industry and commercial work. Yeah.
Now, when you're doing MasterCard, RollsRoyce, whether they released it or not, Men's Health, all this crazy shit. How hard is it to have a relationship?
Just in general, like with a partner.
Yeah. Where like you're serious with them. You know what I mean? Because here you are. I mean, you're in every store that there is that has magazines.
Sure.
I can only imagine who's crawling on you wherever you go when you get to this point. So, how hard is it to have a relationship and manage time? Like with this one, you're in another country for months.
Yeah.
How do you manage all of that?
It's a great question, and you would think on the surface that it's just going to be an absolute shit show.
Yeah.
But it depends on who you are, integrity is everything. And so to me, sure, I have this opportunity, but am I going to go the rock star route? Am I going to just totally indulge in this hedonistic thing? Because I see where that leads, and I've seen that in other people's lives, and it pretty much ends in self-destruction. There's got to be a better way, right? Like, I should be able to honor this opportunity without having to do that, but I should also loosen up and have fun along the way. So I try to find that balance. But when I went to Cape Town, I had just started dating my fiance, Katie, and she flew out there to see me even. So that spoke volumes to me, because it was very scary to go there by myself and just live there suddenly. There were so many unknowns. So I give credit to her because she really helped me in that moment. But I had already been modeling for a very long time before that. But the truth is about modeling is that I don't find the women that I shot with attractive, which is probably weird, but I'm telling you, there's something about the vibe. It's the way they carry themselves. I just felt like they were so, not only were they so uninterested in me already, which I wasn't like thinking, oh, I can't believe it. I just felt like there wasn't a connection ultimately. Like, they were really just on their phones on Instagram the whole time, and then they go on set. And I saw them before they went into hair and makeup, so I know what they really look like too. And I'm just like, overrated, honestly. Like, I think that if you can find a person that's very beautiful inside and also attractive, that doesn't happen to be a model, I mean, my experience, way better option. I don't know. I
did 3 shoots when I was a kid because I had really good abs when I was like 18, 19. I did a couple, and I saw those models like you're talking about. And at the time, anything that walked was okay with me because my brother and I were, competing for numbers like idiots. But you're right, and it was a minuscule scale. It was just a little shoot in Philly, and they just on that at the time it was maybe like a Razor or the first iPhone or whatever the hell it was on the phone, and all they were is my makeup perfect, is my hair perfect, is this, is that. And they're right back to that bougie thing. So that I would be exactly like you. And then also I would think, you could run around and, play with girls all you want. Maybe do that for a little bit. But would it be really that fun to go do Men's Health just by yourself or with just some girl you're hanging around for a couple weeks? Wouldn't it be more enjoyable to enjoy a Men's Health, Mercedes shoot with someone you care about, you love, you can enjoy it with them? To me, that would be better than just, one night stands. Hey, you want to go to South Africa to show off, Yeah. And I've seen a lot of guys do that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and I think that you obviously just described depth, right? There's more there, and so that holds weight for people. Once they've had a meaningful relationship, they get it, they can compare, and then there's also escapism, maybe you're at a season in your life where you just want to cut loose and you really aren't ready for a relationship, and maybe that makes more sense for you. I was lucky to have gotten into modeling, like I said, later in life. I started when I was like 31 or 32, so my identity was already not entirely solidified. That's not true, but I was okay with who I was, and so I wasn't really trying to go crazy with it. I saw an opportunity to provide for myself first, so I knew that it wasn't going to happen if I was partying the whole time or getting STDs. I don't want to go down that rabbit hole because it can be fun when you get in that hedonistic lifestyle, I'm sure. I mean, there's obviously something to it or people wouldn't do it. But I was there for long game for sure.
And when you got into modeling at 30, 31, how many people told you, hey, Weston, you're 30, 31, you missed the window?
There weren't too many. I'm a pretty private person. Like, I have my circle of really close friends, and believe it or not, like they do have a fair bit of belief in me because they'd seen me reinvent myself a couple times before that, or just do new things, And so I didn't feel like a ton of pushback, but I do think that they were a little bit shocked that I was able to, my trajectory was so fast. And that was just from, I don't know, like if you're out there and you're wondering, you're waiting for opportunities to land in your lap, why don't you just think about it for a second, right? Like, you have this supercomputer in your hand at any point that will give you all the answers to everything. So just look, like it's either all on YouTube or it's somewhere out there, right? There's someone out there that can give you the answers and help you get there. And that's what I did. I talked to people. I tried to figure it out. And I was like, well, if I sign with all these agencies, that's going to multiply the amount of opportunities for me to get shoots, So how do I do that? So that's kind of how that went. And I think my friend group was definitely supportive, luckily.
That's super smart to keep that friend group small, close, that you've been friends with for a long time.
Yeah.
Okay. If I take Brad Pitt in his prime, Leonardo DiCaprio in his prime, Johnny Depp in his prime, who would you say would be the best model or get the most girls? Ben, you're in this too. What's your pick?
I'm going to go with Brad Pitt because if they're just images, like, he's a unicorn, right? And not to say that Leo and Johnny Depp aren't, but I think structurally, but Leo, if you see him act and talk, he becomes much more attractive, right? He goes up even more, right? So I think that if it was just modeling, I think that's why Brad, because he's also anatomically pretty built, like he looks good. You saw him in Fight Club. Like,
remember him,
dude's
ripped.
Yeah, he's a stud, right? Like so I'm just thinking from the modeling standpoint. And now if it was a commercial actor, Leo and Johnny Depp are going to crush it 100%. But not to take away from Brad Pitt, I feel like he's gotten a lot better at acting like throughout his career. But it was clearly obvious from an early point that Leo was like this unbelievable phenom of an actor, right? So
Titanic. You always see the guy, he's out some country with some model, a little bit bloated, and then all of a sudden, bang, comes with like Wolf of Wall Street, bang, whatever the other one is. And then Depp, he's out with the band getting rocked for months, and then all of a sudden you see him clear up and come out with Black Mass and just kill, or, Pirates of the Caribbean.
Yeah.
Pitt, jeez. Where do you begin with him?
Yeah, they're all legends for sure. So it's been fun to see their career over time.
Who do you think, Ben?
See, now, in my opinion, tell me it's not true that people have a bias. See, like, to me, I would never think like Johnny Depp. It's because it's not my style. It's not my forte of how I would carry myself, right? So it's like Leo carries himself in an elegant way where it's like a businessman and an actor, persona, where Brad Pitt's just all around, has everything. So I think that
you haven't seen Leo. You haven't seen Leo out in one of his yachts or his paddle boats or jumping off of rocks.
Yeah, well, I think that in this industry, considering obviously I'm uneducated in the industry, but if you're looking at it from an outside perspective, I think it goes on a bias, opinion. I like I said, I'm uneducated in the subject. I don't know, but that's just me.
So like you project your perception on it, right?
Correct.
Yeah,
correct. So
that makes total sense.
The way that you would dress, the way that you carry yourself goes about like, okay, how would this person carry themselves opposed to myself? How would they go about? Everyone has a different style. Everyone has a different confidence level. Everyone has a different, forte of what they do.
Yeah, like not that many people are as eccentric as Johnny Depp.
Yeah.
Like he's super eccentric. But that's what makes him so fun on screen, right? And he can take on these roles and get to that place.
I just know that every room I went into when I was in high school either had that Johnny Depp poster up or Brad Pitt. It was one of the two.
Yeah.
Every single girl's room in high school I went to had one of those 2 pictures up. But when it comes to overall, it's down to Brad Pitt and Leo. And I don't know, man. Leo's had a long run, and he's still on that run.
Yeah.
I go with you. I have to go with you. I have to go with both of you because Brad Pitt in his prime, man. Fight Club, and then the one where what was the one? Something black. What was the one when he died and he got hit by a car, and he comes back, and it was a great movie. It's gonna drive me nuts. I'll think of it.
Oh God, I can't think.
Do you know which one I'm talking about?
I don't know if
he disappears.
I've seen his.
He dies, and then he comes back, and he goes to take. Can you Google Brad Pitt movies before that drives me completely?
Yeah, we're gonna need to find out.
Yeah, but I would probably go with Brad Pitt. But like you said, when Lilo, I always say Lilo Brancato. What's up, Lilo? when he talks, it's tough to beat him.
Yeah.
Who's your favorite model?
Model, I would say David Gandy, because I related to him the most over time because he was kind of a man's man, but also sophisticated. I think he's British.
Let's see here.
But yeah, if you look up David Gandy, you'll see what I mean. But
go to more, Ben. Click on more down. Yep.
God, he's done so many movies.
Yeah, scroll down.
7, man. What a great
Remember
movie.
Ocean's 11. Scroll down,
Mm-hmm.
down. It's older. Down. I'll tell you right there. Meet Joe Black. That was
Meet Joe Black.
Did you see that one?
I did see that. It's just been so long that I had forgotten the premise.
Oh, it's so good. What model did you say? I want to see who your favorite.
David Gandy.
Can you type in David Gandy?
You might recognize him from some cologne ads that have run a long time, but he changed the modeling industry because he was kind of a bigger guy, in person too.
Go to images, Ben.
He's around 42. He's 6'3". He's pretty big in general. So most models are very, very lean. I was always having trouble with my size, even though I'm not like a big guy. In the modeling world, I'm a big guy, which is bizarre. But I couldn't fit into a lot of things. So to me, I wanted to craft my portfolio and my kind of the perception from agencies to look at me like sort of in that vein. But I also am like, I have tattoos and I have motorcycles. But if you put me in a suit, I can also look refined. So I tried to like find that. I tried to find where I could be versatile and just stick with that, and that really worked for me. And I think that's what's important is to figure out what people tell you over time, and they go, "Oh, you're like this. I think of you're like this," and just be like, whether or not I agree with it, just go, "Well, I guess it's true," and run with your strengths, right?
Yeah, that's why I asked you that, because I would think to be a model and to get to the level that you got, you would almost have to have like a picture up somewhere that's similar to yourself, and that's your goal. And then,
right.
Maybe Gandy or whoever that's similar to you. And then you keep, remember gotta stay on that level,
Yeah.
From an outsider, that's what I would think.
Yeah. Early on, I was just guessing. And then when I had heard about David Gandy, I was like, oh, he's really cool. He's got it figured out. I relate to him. Kind of like what Ben was saying, where you just, you kind of project your perceptions on it. So, that's how that went. But the motorcycles was the lead-in for sure that I think started it. So,
and then give me a horrible story with a top brand. Don't say the brand, just a story where it's just terrible. And in the meantime, can you pull up his YouTube?
Oh, there's so many. Most of the time, what people don't realize is that when they see models and it's just like such a great shot, that model is either freezing to death or dying of heat stroke. There's never an in between, and you're always either in pain or incredibly uncomfortable. And I'm not being a baby. Like I get that being a Navy SEAL is way worse than being a model, but it's just a funny part of it, And one of those was actually in Cape Town, South Africa, and my fiance Katie will laugh at this, but there was this German crew that got flown in to shoot this, and we were out in this desert. God, the name escapes me. It's one of the 6 best places in the world to see the stars, but it was incredible. But the stylist's job, one of their jobs is to make sure they get the model's sizes, so everything they're wearing that day is going to fit them. Well, they got me these steel-toed hiking boots that were a size 10, and I'm a size 12, so 2 sizes too small, and I have like a really big toe, which is kind of funny.
And a bad ankle, right?
I can't remember if that happened before or after that shoot. I think my ankle was okay, but that was the worst shoot by far. I mean, it was like 10 hours in those boots trying to hike up these like rocks, and it was just my toes were bloody, like for real. That was probably the worst one, and just the heat and stuff. But there's worse things, you know. So I don't know. Even the worst story is fine, you know. Like it makes for a great story, and I just got better through it, you know. I was like, I always kept big picture in mind. Like I'm lucky to be here, right?
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
And then this is your YouTube. This is where I found you. Like I said, the end of 18, and I remember I was watching when you started the clothing line when you were waiting. So this is your YouTube. Obviously, we'll have it in the description. Scroll down a little bit, Ben. So when you did this TRT, did you purposely gain weight to do a video? When you did the testosterone replacement therapy? Like, did you purposely get bloated like that to make an example?
No? I wish that I was that humble. Like, that's like, I've never been. I would have to be so sacrificial to do that, because I just like anyone, like I have a certain level of vanity for sure. I mean, I'm from being in a place where people judge you based on how you look and your value. Even as much as I try to say it's not part of my identity, I still can recognize that, oh, I see that I get better treatment or I get more advantages if I look better. So and I accept that because it's the world that it is, right? And it's even like that outside of modeling. Like, let's be honest, you know, people are generally shallow in that regard. I'm not trying to insult anybody, but we make millisecond assumptions about people just all the time, right? And judgments. So for me to get like in super bad shape for the sake of having a before and after, absolutely not. Like I really
thought you did.
No, I was miserable. Like I felt like I wasn't even doing hardly any YouTube videos at the time because I didn't feel like my value was there. I felt like I was failing, you know, and that's when my hormones were out of whack and I felt like I couldn't get to where I once was. You know, you see me at 39 natural, so that's when I was leading up. You know, I didn't know I got the Men's Health cover shoot yet, and then I got injured like right after that photo on the left. I know it's really small, but a lot of guys, even on that video in comments, will be like, they'll be like, "You weren't natural there. You weren't natural." I'm telling you right now, I'm the one guy. Well, maybe I'm not the one guy, but I'm one of the few guys. When I say like I've been natural up until 40 years old, it's no joke. Like I have been natural, no steroids. Like I supplements, sure, creatine, but no, you know. And I want people to realize that if you really are consistent and you really do things verbatim, crazy shit is possible for sure. It's not everyone can do it. And I will admit, yes, I had a genetic advantage. I'm not going to bullshit about that for sure. Like I put on muscle easy, and but I still put in a ton of work, and it doesn't mean that you always have to take steroids.
People used to always accuse me of it too, because I was always really lean, ripped.
Super lean, yeah.
I never took anything. I would eat very clean 5 days a week. 2 days in between, I would shock my body, eat cheesesteak, ice cream, pizza to shock it.
Carb reload.
And I would do interval cardio. Then I would do the sauna.
Yeah.
And I would work out back to back to back. And I wouldn't take any protein shake because I had met Bill Phillips, who was EAS, and I met him in an odd situation. A very odd situation, and I found out that 90% of protein shake is baking, like to make a cake, like cake mix,
like binders and
no, it's just cake mix. Like you go to Walmart and you're gonna bake a chocolate cake. That's what's in the protein shake with a couple vitamins and whatever.
You got to look at ingredients for sure.
Well, even then, the FDA doesn't regulate it. So I never took any of that shit. None of it. Creatine.
Whole foods, are always the better choice.
But see, I blew up on creatine.
Oh, creatine's phenomenal.
But see, I get puffy.
Not every creatine I've had the same result from. I've heard German creatine for whatever reason is more pure. Don't quote me on that. I don't take creatine that often.
Right.
But yeah, creatine definitely works.
But back to the TRT, because I got to hear this, because I couldn't believe it. I really, because I had watched so much of your stuff, I was like, he had to have done this purposely.
No, I swear. I had a horrible 2020 year, like most people did. I had a series of injuries. I couldn't go to the gym because of lockdowns. I was doing a home gym type thing, but I still was dedicated to the things that I had always done, that had always worked, and it just would not work. Like I just kept like the fat on. And I was like, something is wrong. Like, this is so bizarre to me. Like, this can't, like, this just has always worked. I don't understand. Is it just because I'm old? And that's why I recommend people to get blood work. But before I get into all that, I just think that people need to realize that the best I ever looked was natural. I still, to this day, and sure, you could say it's because of age, but I don't know. There's guys that are in their mid-40s, or I'm 43 now, or even 50, that, I mean, look at Mark Wahlberg. Like, he looks amazing, but I don't know what he could be totally natural. He looks natural to me, even though he is jacked. But I want people to know that TRT should be the absolute last resort, and that's what I've said in my videos many times. It is not a cure-all, that's for sure. Like, looking back, I almost wish I gave myself more peace of mind time, that I really, really flushed out like maybe several years of trying to get back in shape to where I was without going that route. But in my state of vulnerability mentally and emotionally, and seeing myself that way, I gave in, you know, and it's not that I can say that it was the wrong choice on the other side. I just won't know for sure now. Like, it might just be that I have low test because I'm old now. Like, you know, like, and it's something I have to come to terms with. But my ego, you know, even though I try to say, like, let go of ego as much as you can, my ego still got in the way in terms of I've always been natural. Like, I don't want to give in, you know, like, I don't want to be that guy that where this, oh, you're doing steroids. And a lot of people out there that don't know about TRT, just get educated before you make a big opinion on it. I mean, it could take decades to get fully educated, but at least know it's not, you're not taking an Arnold Schwarzenegger competition route when you're doing TRT. You're just trying to get your hormone levels to a really good, healthy spot.
And it's not going to make you ripped. There's no steroid that makes you ripped.
Well, I have heard that there's a combination of stuff from guys I've been around over the years that can help make you ripped, actually. I don't know which ones they are, but I would say just avoid that in general. Like, you don't need it. Like, there's always a trade-off with stuff, right? So
for you, what was the negative? What was the negative for you, and what was the positive of the TRT?
Well, first of all, I don't, just like most people, I don't care for needles, you know, but having to give yourself injections, like, I've been to bring, you know, I brought it on the trip to make sure this morning that I did it, like I do it twice a week. It's not cool. Like, I just don't, it's not me. I don't like doing it. I like being natural as much as I can. The second one would be hair thinning. Even though it looks like I have full healthy head of hair, I can still tell that it's thinner. Around this area, my hairline is a little bit further back. And I know there's guys out there like, oh, I wish I just had even just a minuscule more amount of hair than someone. But the thing is it's terrifying when you have your whole life, you've been used to that. And so hair thinning's one thing. Yeah, your balls do shrink. Like, that's the real truth. Like, I want people to really know that it's not all that it's cracked up to be. I have more water weight than I would normally, so it just takes me more time to get like a six-pack. It's very more challenging to get a six-pack than before. But I want people that are out there that are really knowledgeable on TRT, or they understand the science behind everything. I don't know what I'm doing entirely yet. Like, this is the early phases. Like, even I think I'm on year 2 now. There's so much that I'm still trying to learn, like working with my doctor. And I highly emphasize that, like, find someone who's a hormone specialist if you can, because it is not going to fix you. Like, it's just something that you're supplementing to try. But I will say that people should do blood work, get a full hormone panel. I don't care what your primary doctor says. Tell him I have at least found out that I do have a multitude of symptoms of low test, and I want this hormone panel, and push them for it, because people overlook that. And if your hormones are out of whack, it's very challenging to get in shape. Like, you could do what I was doing and still not get in shape. Someone that knows as much as I do in terms of experience of how I know my body, I should say, not just fitness as a whole. It's just a monster. But yeah, because I just say this because I know that guys are super interested in this topic. I had no idea until I did my video. Like those are my more higher trending videos. When I did my first TRT video, the second one, guys are just incredibly interested, and it's because of this epidemic of guys with low test.
And I know a lot of guys personally that are on it, and they don't give an anti-estrogen. And I'm like, and I see what they're taking, and I go, do you realize what you're taking? You're taking Cypionate. You know how bloated you're going to get without an anti-estrogen?
Yes.
You better call your doctor and say, hey, where's the anastrozole? Where's the letrozole? Where is it? Otherwise, and not clomiphene, otherwise you're going to turn into a little girl and cry. So like you said, you really got to, if you're going to do it, you really have to look into it, because a lot of these anti-estrogens that you need, otherwise you're going to be a mess. A lot of them make you very, very emotional.
That's the thing. That's the other con, is that there's cause and effect. You take one thing and then it gives you this. You got to curb it with this, and then that, and then this. That's not. That's why I think people think they get on TRT and they just like swallow a pill and they're good. Like no, I mean, there's so much to it depending on how your body ends up reacting to testosterone. That's again why I say just make it your last resort. Just don't be lazy, and whole food diet, proper sleep. Make sure your stress levels are as low as you possibly can control. Surround yourself with positive people. Be consistent, and yeah, again, like really clean up your diet. Like a lot of stuff can be solved by cleaning up diet for sure.
Pull up Weston's YouTube again. The plasma. I want to hear about the plasma, because that the same girl I was dating that had drank the coconut water from Ecuador was dead set on the
PRP.
plasma. Yeah, PRP. And I'd asked, what happens? And, she's like, they take the platelets, they recycle them, they put them back in, it makes you red. Without the whole thing, if you guys want to watch it, go to his YouTube channel. Will be at the top of the description. So take me through the platelet and the plasma, because she told me a little bit, but
yeah.
How did you feel after, and what is the benefit of doing so?
Right. So PRP is platelet-rich plasma, and I first heard about it on a Rogan podcast, and he raved about it. And I thought, if I can avoid surgery, something that is kind of an unnatural thing, right? But it's sometimes necessary. I'm going to try that first. You're using your own blood to heal yourself. So people that think PRP, maybe they think it's a chemical or some synthetic. It's not. And it's fairly quick. It took like an hour in terms of waiting for your blood in the centrifuge to spin down. But essentially what happened is, I have been playing beach volleyball for about 5 years, and because I didn't have training right out the gates, just bad form. So just bad form over time of doing a spike the wrong way, put tremendous pressure on my shoulder. It got to the point where my lifts for all my presses just had dropped dramatically. And even when I would reach to touch the volume knob in the car, even that was painful to hold my arm up. And I was like, I got it, because I knew I wouldn't want to stop playing, so I had to figure something out. I will say that PRP really worked for me. I know that some say it doesn't work for everybody, but I feel like anytime something new comes out in the medical field, doctors and people.
This episode is sponsored by Aurora. Do you know what the fastest growing crime in America is? For years, this crime rate has been surging and affecting millions of Americans. I'm talking about identity theft, and there's a new victim every 14 seconds. Yet despite this, those who have had their identity stolen are often shocked when it happens. That's why I'm excited to partner with Aurora, who is sponsoring this video. Aurora is identity theft protection, fraud monitoring, a VPN, password management, and antivirus software all into one easy-to-use app. Their VPN allows you to stay anonymous online by keeping your browsing history and personal information safe and encrypted. Protect you and your family from America's fastest-growing crime. Try Aurora for free for 2 weeks and see if you or anyone in your family's personal information has been compromised. Start your free trial today. Go to aurora.com/MSCS. The link is in the description below.
will be so quick to dismiss, but they have no basis, personal experience to base that off of. And that's what I love about my YouTube channel is I can say like, well, this is what happened for me, and I can say that my mobility from my arm, like my shoulder, that was really hard to do before. And it was a tremendous difference. To give people an idea, though, you go in, and if you don't like needles, you're definitely not going to like it. I mean, I got gray, even though I've been dealing with needles for a while now. I didn't pass out, but I got close. I think it's in my video, actually. You see me talk about it. I'm all sweaty. And so they do the blood draw, right? Maybe, I think they poke you. Well, no, they do the blood draw first from the arm. My bad. They do the blood draw from the arm first.
How much did they take?
I think it was maybe 6 vials, maybe. Could have been less.
It's not too bad.
If someone knows what they're doing, it's not bad. So anyways, they do the blood draw. Hey, go get lunch and then come back in 30 minutes. I was able to, because I did a collaboration with this place, to be able to see the process. We went to the back of where their lab was. They put the vials of your blood, they spin it in a centrifuge for 30 minutes, and when they pull it out, you look at the vial, and you'll see in my video, it's separated between the blood and then the plasma. It's bizarre. It's like this yellowish clear liquid, right?
Keep that up.
And then what they do is with the evaluation prior to figure out where all your pain points are, where the most inflammation or maybe micro tears are happening, they re-inject the plasma portion only into those areas, and then your body essentially heals itself from those platelet-rich plasma. I don't know how to describe it.
Right?
I believe it regenerates, and hopefully I'm not butchering this. Forgive me, guys. But all I can say is that I noticed it within 5 days. I noticed a difference, and it's only been better since. Now, I've been playing volleyball, and every time I do a swing poorly, I can still tell that I will re-injure myself if I continue to do that behavior, but it saved me from doing surgery, and now my lifting, I'm getting back to where I can put up a lot more weight again. So I so would advise someone to at least try that before surgery.
Did you get all flushed and red after they did it?
I know you mentioned that a second ago. I didn't, and I'm not sure why. Maybe it was just, I don't know if the person who mentioned it had it in their shoulder, but for me, I didn't have that.
Actually, the person who I mentioned who got it done, they were getting it done regularly for skin, like skin, nails, hair.
I've heard that.
Just the whole body, not just a site injection like that. They would do the whole thing. And then maybe that's when you get red, not just
localized.
Yeah, localized. He was a pitcher. Did you ever have any real arm issues?
Well,
he was close to going all the way.
So
impressive.
I played a couple years of college baseball.
Yeah.
This last summer, once I started lifting, I started gaining weight. Little backstory: I had a stomach issue. I was like 178 in beginning of college. Came down to like 138. I'm 6'4". That's
right.
Like, it's hard. So I had to gain all that weight back. Started getting strength. And then I was getting strength so quick, eating a lot, doing everything, right? So my soreness in my body would increase. Now, I never taken anything, always natural, like you were mentioning earlier. Last summer, when I just started getting more and more strength, I'm getting pains in my elbow. So I go to the doctors, and I had a stress fracture in my humerus. And then I had a couple contusions in my elbow, and I was like, started moving on with life, and that was really it. But, going back to what you were mentioning earlier about the whole TRT thing, and now, back a long time ago, steroids were like not really spoken of. A lot of guys were like kind of keeping under the rug. Is where like TikTok now and Instagram, a lot of these social media guys are like they're influencing it in a non-influence way. Is like they're kind of like joking around about it. They're doing it, but then all these kids start to pick up on that. Why are these guys so big? They're not so big because of the supplements they're taking. They're big because they're doing all this stuff. And now it's like kids are killing the testosterone levels naturally to be able to take TRT because they think that's the key to looking like, a Ronnie Coleman or Jay Cutler.
And they're taking this stuff at 16, 17. They don't even know where they got it from.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
They're not doing it right. It's not regulated by doctors. They're not going for blood work. And that's what's really happening with this generation is a lot of these kids are starting to get on TRT earlier and earlier.
This social media is nasty.
Well,
it's deadly. It's good in some ways, but it's extremely deadly in other ways.
It's dangerous for sure. I mean, never before in human history did the average person have the ability to influence the world through this little camera. You know what I mean? Like you can see, like I said earlier, it gives you a window into someone's life, and whatever comes out on there, if it trends, then that's a lot of influence just all over the place.
But what's sick is that they choose what you see.
Mm-hmm.
So if Ben is searching Google for just to read about Cypionate, which is a steroid, we both know, when he goes on TikTok, when he goes on YouTube, he's going to get recommended, maybe not right away, but he's going to get recommended a steroid video or whatever because they're pushing it. Why? Because who do you think's behind them? Big Pharma. Just like the commercials you see.
Yep.
Just like what you hear on TV. Big Pharma. And that's just how it is.
Marketing's not an accident, yeah.
Now, what you see is not because, somebody's so great or whatever. It's because Google, YouTube, all of them, they're pushing toward you what they think you're going to buy. Mm-hmm. And if it has to do with the pharmaceutical, who's paying them,
right,
you're going to see that all day and all night long.
Absolutely. And that's why I feel like I have this tremendous privilege and then responsibility being, I'm not like some huge star or anything. I mean, I have a decent following, but it's enough, no matter what, to have a big impact on someone's life. I have guys write me and stuff, and I keep that in mind. And that's why I try to be really transparent if I can, because I could project a whole bunch of nonsense, right? Like I could never show the bad side or any of that stuff. But that's just going to ruin someone's life. It's not going to give them the whole picture. And things like TikTok and stuff, it's just such a flash in the pan. Like there's not enough time for a subject matter like that size, right? Like Ben said, it's just, they're going to ruin their hormones for life potentially. Like that's scary.
That's what I mean. Even with that, even if you just influence 2 kids, right,
Mm-hmm.
that they're watching you, they see you on Men's Health, Weston, blah, blah, blah. Even 2 kids that don't start, hammering that at 17, 18, that they don't realize that 40, 50, they're going to pay for it. If not earlier.
It's tragic. And I would say to anyone young watching, there's no need for you to have that. You have so much testosterone going on in your body at a young age. Like it's insane. I mean, maybe it's lower than it has been because of various things that are in our foods and whatnot, chemicals. But it's so high that it's just unbelievably necessary. When you think TRT, you should think like an older guy like me. Like that's the typical candidate, right? That would need it. Otherwise, you just need to eat better and, put in the work. Like don't rely on the magic pill that people want, It's just like you have to, you can't sustain that. That's why it's magic, right? Like it's something that's going to come at a cost. But if you do it the straight and narrow, you can be in it long game. So it's whatever you want. If you want to crash and burn early, that's what's going to happen. But if you want to be in it for life, think about those decisions if you're younger. But that's what I've always told people too, is like, it's got to be a lifestyle change. Like if you need to rely so heavily on that, it's probably because you lack the discipline to do it the more challenging way that's better for your body. And that's where you'll hit that wall eventually when you realize that you didn't really have what it takes to get there naturally. You just wanted what everyone else had that you saw on social media. And now you're going to suffer the consequences.
And then you took the YouTube, and then I'll go to the next tab, Ben, and I used to check this all the time, your Amazon store list.
Oh, my shop, yeah. That's the dark
down.
Horse of my life.
I bet it is.
It's bizarre.
Scroll down. I just want to see how much shit I have it. Yeah, scroll down, Ben. Yeah.
Probably.
I got the eye drops.
Yeah, I've been using those much more lately than the blue ones.
I got the Orbi.
Yeah. The Rough Luxury wax is amazing. So the hairstyling stuff, my Amazon shop, for people listening, they're like, Amazon, what's that about? Nicely done. The eye drops. it's basically somewhere I can point from my YouTube videos when guys are like, well, what was that hair product you used in your styling video? What was the blow dryer? What was the skincare product? What are those sunglasses you're wearing? What's the cologne you love? That's why my Amazon shop's this perfect spot, right? Because and it's not just like, here's me trying to make money. Sure, that's a great benefit, but these are literally the things that I use and I've always used over the years, and I only add stuff that I own and I love.
Not trying to sound like a weirdo, but I kept trying to see what the hair stuff you used was, because you didn't say it you said Orbay, and I could never spell right.
Well, that was intentional.
Was it?
Yeah,
okay.
Because I want people to end up on my Amazon
Well, it
shop.
fucking worked. Because
right?
I bought the mirror, the hair stuff, the eye stuff, the mat.
That's the thing. I know that once people land there,
Yeah.
they'll be like, oh, there's a lot of good stuff here. And it might seem deceptive that I did that, but it's only because I really love all this stuff, and I think it's short-sighted to not. Because if you do a YouTube video and you immediately show the product right away, guys are going to go on Google and they'll just buy it, and that's it, done deal, right? But if you want to support my channel or my videos and like see more of my stuff, like, it doesn't just happen. Like, I'm sacrificing a lot with my time, and there's a lot of videos that don't do anything, and it's not like I'm just making millions over here, you know? So
that's so funny. When
like,
people
there's this
say
perception.
When people say I've made $1 million on YouTube, I said, show me. You didn't make
Right.
$1 million on YouTube. You either you have sponsors.
Sure.
Sponsors pay. YouTube doesn't pay you anything.
No, I mean, yeah, like my monthly on YouTube is not that high. Yeah, it's really, like you said, it's the compounding things, you know? And for me, Amazon and then my menswear line are kind of how I make my living in terms of that secondary tie-in instead of a sponsor.
Yeah. And then what is Amazon Live? Go to the next tab. I've never even heard of it until I started reading about you more and more.
Yeah.
And more. What is it? Explain to me what Amazon Live is.
Just imagine if YouTube and Amazon had a baby. That's it. Like, it's really just a bunch of creators. You see on the left side.
Yeah.
You'll even see, I think there's Justin Long is on there. I don't know if you know him as an actor, but he was just in that recent movie Barbarian, which was awesome. Oh, wow. He was in Dodgeball. You would definitely recognize him. Okay. He's definitely a big actor, but you essentially are a creator, and this is open to lots of people at this point. House moms you could do, you know, it just depends, but you essentially have a page and you do broadcasts either from your phone, or you can do it from an SLR with OBS software, and you're telling people about products, you know, and it's just really kind of like taking some of the YouTube elements. Like, you could go on Amazon and you're on a page and you're checking out this hairbrush, and you scroll down and you might see a video of me or something, and I'm talking about it. That just gives the buyer some more perspective on what that product might be like, instead of an advertisement, right? So it's just a way to merge creators with the Amazon platform. That's how
really
I describe
cool.
it. Yeah.
Because I always look, even when I had gotten some things off Amazon for in here, I would always look for the video to see what it really is in person.
Exactly, because still images just don't give it to you all the way. So you do a curated list before you start. You know, like, I own all these items, and then I put them in like a slideshow, and they're below. So when you're watching a video that's Amazon Live, everything that you talk about in the video is right there, and you buy it. And we all love Amazon for that convenience reason. So it was smart on their part, you know, to definitely go this route. It's done well for them, as far as I know. So I think Matthew McConaughey's wife is one of their biggest creators on there, actually.
When did they come out with this?
I think it's been 2 years now.
So
I was like you. I had no idea what it was. It's kind of complementary to what I do. My Amazon shop is still kind of my bread and butter, and that's just because certain YouTube videos to this day, like that first hairstyling video is, I think, almost 4 years old now, and that's still the biggest generator for my Amazon shop proceeds every month.
That's what caught my attention.
Which is bizarre.
That's what caught my attention.
Yeah, it's wild. I did that video on a whim, and I didn't even put like a lot of thought into it. I wish I could go back. I guess it
now
worked,
you don't.
whatever it is. Yeah.
Isn't that funny? Sometimes the ones that you think are like, you just throw it up, and then all of a sudden, then you look, 3 months later, and you're like, what?
I know. You just don't know, like the algorithm gods. You know?
And then all of that, then in a way, leads to the next tab. Click on the next tab, Ben. Your clothing shop.
Yeah, my menswear line was because I'm trying to solve a problem for myself and then guys.
Yeah.
Like, I modeled all that time.
I remember, like I told you through the text, I was watching it the first time you had gotten it. It was the necklace. It was
Yeah,
the necklace
reversible
with
stainless steel.
the reversible, and you were having a hell of a time getting stock in, and that was back then.
Yeah, I know.
How is it now?
It's better in this moment, but that's because I've diversified with manufacturing. Like I said, life humbles you in so many ways. You just keep learning. You think you got it figured out. I would do a lot of things differently if I could go back.
Take us through your site so everybody can see. You have really high quality stuff.
Oh, I appreciate it.
Here's the mouse. That way you can click on whatever you want and show everybody.
Well, I would say that for anyone listening, it's like, oh, another menswear line. Who cares, right? Like, it's such a saturated market. For me, I'm a perfectionist about stuff. So after wearing all these different clothes over the years, this is the one I'm wearing right now, actually. I was still not happy. I'm like, surely this can be done better. I don't understand. And I realized, at least this is my theory, is that brands get so big and they get so many designers that they lose touch with their core mission statement, or they fall subject to the current trend and they go too hard on it or something, right? You see stuff where people are walking down the runway and you're just like, I would never wear that, right? And the thing is I think that guys want to be stylish, but they don't want to put in the work either, because it is a lot of work. Like, I don't like going shopping. I don't want to go to the mall. I mean, it's fun kind of, but then when I leave, I feel exhausted, and I feel like, I just spent so much money. Like, I don't even know if half these are going to work. And so anyways, I wanted to simplify it for guys, and because it was, for me, it was my problem. And it was like, for guys with an athletic build, I felt like there was so much stuff out there that was just, sure, it was great fabric or whatever, but I put it on the room, the changing room, and I'm like, it's too short, or it's just so boxy looking. Like, it doesn't look flattering, like, why am I working out all the time, and I'm struggling to find stuff that will complement all
your
physique.
Hard work.
Yeah, and not for the ego thing, but I do think that there's something to presenting yourself. Let other people know that you give a damn about your health, and that you give a damn about the gift that is your health and your body, right? You don't need to have a six-pack, but you should value this one life you have. And I think presentation is overlooked. Like, I think that clothing and fashion is fun, like, if you just figure out what works for you and stick with that. So that's my goal with my line, is to get flattering fits. It's kind of attainable luxury is what I kind of call it. So I know designer brands like Balenciaga can charge $600 for a t-shirt. Not everyone's going to do that, and if someone wants to do that, okay, but like, I can understand it from a status standpoint. But in terms of value, I just felt like I wanted to fit something in the market where it was like, it's going to be flattering. It's going to be the most premium materials. And you can know sure as shit on the back end that I am painstakingly going through all the fittings myself. It's me wearing everything and doing revision after revision after revision to make it the best it can be. And even after it's released and I've worn it for a year, I go, okay, on this next order, we're still going to tweak this. It can still be better. And that's what I enjoy about it, because if I can make a collection that's simple, cohesive, and that guys don't feel like they're going too trendy, they can still feel comfortable in it, and not subtle sophistication. I feel like if you just take classic styles and you just give them more modern fits, little elements that make them more comfortable, that's going to be this middle ground that, like, guys can go, all right, like, I'm just going to just buy his stuff because it just solves it all for me. That's the goal.
I love the go to the slim fit jacket, shop all, I guess it's under. Write this down. You know your site better than me.
Oh, is it the cardigan? What is it?
Yeah, the cardigans are great.
Yeah.
You can just see the quality, like all that's.
Yeah,
right there. I love that. That's awesome.
The cardigan is probably the most fashion forward piece out of the whole line, right? Like, this is the one that guys are going to take a little bit of a shot in the dark because it is on the more stylized side, but it is also still masculine and it's still sophisticated. And everything I make is lightweight because I'm in San Diego, and you being here in Florida, like, you guys just get hot. So a lot of my stuff's lightweight to layer. And as a bigger guy, not bigger, but I should just say, if you're on a slightly more muscular side or athletic build, you will struggle most times to layer stuff. Or you might not do it at all because you're just hot. So I'm all about, let's just keep it all lightweight. And then if I want to be stylish one night and I do a layer or two, I'm never going to do 3 most likely. it's going to be comfortable still. So
what's your favorite product and what's your top 3 sellers?
My top sellers are my tees, because that's just a byproduct of people trying your brand for the first time. Most guys just aren't going to drop $150 on a brand, on an item online until they go, well, what's the sizing like before I take this big plunge, right?
Right.
So that's why I try to wear a lot of my stuff in my videos, so they can at least see on my YouTube videos, they could see how it looks on me, and then based on my height and weight. But I would say like my ultra soft fitted crew neck t-shirt is a big seller, because, and it's also like the entry level price like area. It's very affordable, and it's just a really good fitting all everyday crew neck tee. And then, second to that, I would say the Stonewash tee, and that's because, again, just guys just wear tees so much.
Yeah, and the vintage is huge. The vintage look is huge.
Yeah,
that's one thing that has stood the test of time in the clothing world, right? The vintage.
Yes.
Usually things run for, a little while. Like, remember Supreme was huge for a while, and then the animal one, I forget what it was called.
I know what you're saying.
You know what I'm talking about?
Remember.
Yeah,
Bape was huge. They have like their time periods, but
yes.
when maybe like 10 years ago, vintage kind of came back and never went away. Isn't that interesting?
I think that's because people really vibe with what was great. It's remained great. Once you do something like that, it becomes iconic. And the brand new look, there's certain things I have in my line that are kind of like that. But I do think that it's all about the classic styles, and then just modernizing them in the best way for comfort is the way to go. Because I think that I don't want to wear a suit and I don't want to wear a button up very often. So if I do, I'm going to do everything I can to make it super comfortable. But classic styles are just I want to dress age appropriate, right? Like, I don't want to dress like I'm 21, but there's some cool things that the youth are doing, and I will draw inspiration from those here and there. But I have noticed, like you said, like, it's just, you see the same styles. The trends will come and go, but the same styles will always be there. And that's what I would recommend for guys for style. Like, don't feel like you got to be a Mr. Trendy or whatever is cool right now. And especially if you're in your 40s like me, like, don't do all oversized urban look. Like, it's just like, I mean, if you can pull it off, sure, but you don't want to look like you're a teenager, right? Like, that's not going to work with women. Like, that's another topic too. It's like women and dating and guys, and because I had done one-on-one consults. I still do. I just don't promote it very much. And guys will reach out.
Go to the next tab. You got the mouse. Sorry. That's right there. Yep.
Oh, I see.
You
really do have this lined up.
Yeah,
right? Very well done.
Nice. Give Ben a break.
All right. Nice.
So you still do them. So what do you do with the one-on-one consults?
So with those, they're typically a 30-minute session or an hour session. And I started it, again, everything I did with YouTube and whatnot about how to get in the modeling industry. Because there are a lot of guys that are really interested, but I realized, again, that more guys were much more interested in how to look better, how to become more attractive inside and out, career changes. It became more life coaching. And I was like, I can't believe some of these guys that are booking with me are asking me for advice on this level, because a lot of them were very highly educated, some of them doctors even, and big engineers. Like, I was so flattered that it went that way. But what I realized in that theme is that they're just things that all of us guys struggle with. There's just a lot of stuff where you just need someone else's perspective besides someone ultra close to you, because they're just too biased. They still offer value, but even your best friend or your family, they have so much bias. And I think that's where I come in as a voice of reason to lead someone to self-discovery. Just like when I did therapy, my therapist got me there too. It's like, you don't want to force anything on someone. You just want to kind of like pick up on
more like guide, right? Like
yes,
I walked out on probably 40 therapists. As soon as they said to me, How is your day today? Out. Here's your 120.
Right.
When I walked in, and the one that I go to, he goes, "What the fuck are you doing with that big gold necklace?" At the time I was running a big firm. He goes, "How are you going to close the deal with those dumb diamond earrings and that big gold necklace?"
Wow.
And I said, "You are my guy."
Right.
And
don't bullshit me, right?
Yeah. And the first probably month, was nothing about like, do you have anxiety, blah, 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 because I had anxiety and all kinds of shit.
Sure, yeah, we all do, yeah.
And it was more just, it was business. It was all business. You know, when you go to a meeting, you know, do you have the right watch? Do you have the right shoes? You know, are you getting tailored? This, that. How are you handling? Not one thing about anything other than basically, what the fuck are you doing? You look like you're 2, or like a 14-year-old trying to be whoever, you know?
Sure.
And when he talked to me like that, and I'll never forget it because it was 6 years ago, I remember he gave me that up and down look and just went, okay, I already know that this is the whole other approach isn't going to work. I'm going to have to hit this guy a different way. And to this day, it's not really therapy. It's more, well, it is therapy in a way, but it's more mentoring, you know?
Yeah.
Just because I go to a shrink doesn't mean, you know, I still have anxiety. I actually don't. I actually go because I ask him business questions because he's a guy that, you know, he had his own little thing, and insurance would constantly be messing with him because, you know, some brand names are better than the generic. And whenever he would write the brand name for one of his patients, he would get hell from the insurance company.
Yeah.
And this was one doctor out of probably a gazillion that actually cared. And eventually he just said, you know what? I'm going to take the risk. Closed it down, went all cash here on Palm Beach. He actually ended up getting more patients booked all day. And the reason why he did it was because he was done with the insurance, cash only. And then that way, if somebody did need something, which he avoided, he actually saved my friend's life. If they did need it, he would write the correct thing and didn't have to answer it to anyone.
Wow.
Now, to me, that's a good shrink.
Yeah, and it's obvious what he did. He took a patient-by-patient basis.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't just project what he learned in school and just did a one-size-fits-all.
Like that script. You know,
yeah, it's the worst thing you can do because,
Right.
like, that's what you see coming. That's what you expect. He was real. He kept it real. Again, authenticity, being genuine, you know. He wasn't going to BS you, and that's huge. So that's kind of my approach on a smaller level, you know. But it's sad how much we've been isolated ever since lockdowns and things like that happened. I feel like it was one of the worst times for society because we get energy from other people. We need human connection. And I could tell during this time I had way more bookings because people were just like starving to connect with someone and have some direction because it just threw everyone for a loop. So that's a super rewarding thing to do, and it's awesome that you have the humility to talk about having a therapist, because this is something where guys are just like, that's something you do once everything's messed up, or that's something you do when you're kind of wacky. Like, not at all. Couldn't be more. If I wish I could go back, I would have done that from the beginning. I would have saved myself so much trouble because and money, yeah, 100%, because you're working through things, right? Like, you're just at whatever phase of your life. I mean, you just need a voice of reason every now and then that, like I said again, is unbiased, this third party to come in and kind of take a look at what's going on and pick up on things that just doesn't have the same motives that other people in your life do, that might be selfish motivations that someone tells you that's a family member or a friend. So I would highly recommend any guy to just do one session. Like, you don't need to say, I'm going to start therapy. Just try it. Just go on Yelp and look up therapists in your area, and the ones that have a ton of great reviews, narrow those down. Try a few. Don't get discouraged by the first one not being like chemistry. We're all wired different, created different. You try a few, right? And then you'll see your life will change dramatically. Because
I literally, Weston, I'm not bullshitting you, minimum 40. And I walked out on every one. I was insane when I was younger. Like, I would just walk out.
You did that, like the consistency to do that, because I was
forced.
My mom
right, from Italy. My mom just imagine a mother that came right off the boat from Italy that won't stop yelling until you need to go. You need to go. I don't care what your uncle says. You need to go. Okay, I'll go. You know, so.
Well, she loves you.
Yeah. And, but again, I kept going back. Sometimes, not always forced, mostly, but it led. I wish I would have found this guy, like you said, 20 years ago. And the stereotype that because you go to a shrink, you're fucked up in the head.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm fucked up in the head, but
Well, we all are a little bit, yeah.
everybody is. But just because you go there doesn't mean you're fucked up in the head.
No.
If I could find him and I never had anxiety or anything, I would still go to him because just of the advice from a therapist who's seen it all, heard it all, been through it all, and then apply that to business, it's the value is, there's no value to put on that to me.
Well, you recognize that he wasn't going to steer you wrong. So if you find a therapist like that, I mean, it's gold. Like, I mean, whether it's business or relationships or anything, they're going to save you from a lot of stuff, a lot of trials that you didn't even need to go through, and you're just going to make peace with a lot of things. You think, oh, what am I going to talk about even? You'll find out real quick. In 5 minutes, you'll be deep into something.
Oh, yeah.
You'll be like, I didn't realize that I was like hanging on to that. I'm not the type of person to really just stew about stuff. I just move forward through it because I feel like as guys we're expected to do that to some degree. And so it wasn't like I was crying all the time, but when I wanted to, I did it, and it was like, all right, there was these little rebirths happening all the time to just finally make peace with who I was and just be like, well, now that I know what I'm like, now I know what my tendencies are, how I'm wired, well, shit, life's a lot easier now because that's going to make me make all these little micro decisions and big decisions on business or relationships that are toxic. Like suddenly you have all these tools where you're like, I got this now. Like I have a major edge over the next guy.
Yeah.
No, you don't get out of college or high school even, and they give you a handbook on life. Really, right? Like you might have a career, but you might be messed up in all the other areas of your life. Like that doesn't make you who you are. So I think that therapy, anyone listening, like just this is your sign, your signal to just try it.
It's almost like that voice you always hear in your head, like in your subconscious, but then when you go to a good therapist, you hear it.
Yeah.
And then when you leave, you think about it, and then you'll think twice about something that's there, but you're blocking out constantly,
Yeah, it's hard not to avoid the stuff that's just uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Like the closet of things, It is what it is. But otherwise, you're going to be in bondage to that, and you're not going to reach your full potential. Like that's kind of what my channel's been about. My YouTube is just kind of how do you I'm just someone who loves to refine over time. I'm not trying to become godlike someday and just completely levitate into some other being. Like it's not about looks. It's about the whole package. I mean, I talk about dating and like finding a partner. It's all about making the best version of yourself, right? And it's not just the looks, but if you can do that, like everything else around you will start to make more sense, and people will recognize that, and you'll have people introducing people to you all the time. You won't have to go on a dating app because your life just looks beautiful, right, from the outside. And that's what I think is so important about therapy, because if you don't get your head right and you don't get what's inside right, you could make yourself look like $1 million and someone's going to see through it at some point. And
that you're dying inside.
Yeah. They're going to find you out, unfortunately, and then you might lose that thing you were so hopeful for.
Now, when you blow up with all this modeling, did you get a lot of stereotype, model stereotype thing? Yeah.
Oh my God. My fiance, Katie, will tell you right away. She's like, I went to the gym that day and I was like, whoa, I've never seen him in here before. And she's like, I just, I assume you're probably a douchebag. And I was like, cool. Because I didn't see that coming, which is pretty naive on my part, but she instantly thought that I would be just so narcissistic and
bougie.
Yeah, just all the things that you would expect. And I'm not saying I'm perfect or anything like that. But I mean, like I said, I am vain to some degree. It comes with the territory. When it's your livelihood, of course.
You have to be. Right?
Yeah. But the older I get, the less I care. But yeah, I mean, there was projections there for sure. I mean, I thought the same thing about when I first got in the modeling industry, and then I'd sit down for lunch break with some of the models and some really amazing people, some really cool, genuine people, even amidst the LA vibe that goes on because of career. I know what I said earlier, but it doesn't mean there's bad people. They just, are there for a reason to work. So.
Now, being that you're in California, I get to ask this finally.
Nice.
Take me through California during COVID.
Oh my gosh.
I would not want to be in that place.
Well, I was grateful to not be living in LA at the time because that was one of the worst cities.
Oh, because you're out there in San Diego, right?
Yeah, I'm in San Diego, so I'm 2 hours south. And luckily, we didn't have as extreme of measures. But things like the beach being closed, like that's where I would go all week, for beach volleyball and stuff. And I remember standing on the sidewalk and there being a sign like you couldn't go on the beach. And I was like, I'm just going to take my shoes off. I'm going to stand in the sand right here. Like, no one's going to bother me probably. And I did that, and I was like, God, I feel so good. Like, and I thought about it. I'm like, I can't believe that they're trying to tell people that you can't even go to the beach. So there were some things about the California-related lockdowns that blew my mind. And I mean, I still see people when I go to Trader Joe's or certain grocery stores, like the amount of people even on the way here in the airport and grocery stores still wearing masks, like it blows my mind. So
what are some things you saw out there during COVID that blew your mind that we definitely didn't see here?
I think I was lucky to be in San Diego that it wasn't super crazy, but I think closing a gym to me is bonkers. Like, I know that early on that some people had great intentions. A lot of people still do, even if things have changed in terms of information or science. But the gyms being closed was so ass backwards to me that you would do anything to interrupt one of the best ways to keep yourself healthy and keep your immune system high. To block that, I mean, we could go into all this forever, but when you pull back, wide angle on it, is that nothing was ever being promoted for prevention or wellness or health, and it still has never been. Even when you talk about medical care being high, well, it's high because they don't talk about preventative. It's always just after you're there. How do we fix how messed up you made yourself, right?
Yeah.
With a synthetic. It's never about what's before. So I saw the lockdowns and stuff like that, and I could see through that right away. I'm like, this does not make sense. I've been into health and fitness a majority of my life. It doesn't mean that I'm a doctor, but we give way too much credit to doctors, in my opinion. Like, they are not gods just because they're doctors. I have a lot of respect for what's required to become a doctor and what they go through and the sacrificial side of it. But just like any industry, any part of the world, you will always have bad seeds and you will always have room for improvement. I feel like this is one area where it's just like, no, we're not going to talk about room for improvement. We're going to teach you what you've always known. We're going to teach what we've learned. We're not going to entertain that, even if it's working. That whole thing, that to me is arrogance and pride.
I think with doctors like that, one, they don't want to go against the grain. And if that's not the reason, then kickbacks all day, every day. I talked to a guy, he was a drug rep for Lilly when Cialis came out. That's not a hard sell, right? You go around, boom, it's great. Sold it like crazy. So then they moved him to the SRIs, like the depression drugs, shit like that.
Man, SSRIs, yeah.
He didn't really like doing it, but he did it. It was a good, when he got the doctors to sign on, it was good. But then he went to the pain meds. And when he went to the pain meds, they gave him $20,000 a month to take out doctors, right? Take him out to dinner, take him on a boat, whatever. If he went back and didn't spend that entire $20,000, they docked his pay.
Wow.
If he did spend the $20,000 on the doctors, they gave him a bonus. That right there, and that was when Cialis came out. I can only imagine how bad it is now.
Yes.
The way that they're pushing it.
That's the thing. You don't have to dig that deep to see that money runs the world. And it's, again, no industry is innocent. Like this is going on in every industry. It's just how the world works. If you always keep a skeptical mind, it doesn't mean that you are looking for conspiracy. It just means you're being a realist about human nature and our condition. It's just what humans do, and where you put them, it will reflect in the Catholic Church, or it will reflect in parts of business. People act like that's so crazy that it could happen in the church because it's a lot. No, it's just because man is flawed. Like, man has fallen from the beginning, and that's just how it is. And I think, again, the medical industry should not be able to just get off the hook in that regard. And it doesn't mean that you're questioning. Yes, it does mean you're questioning science, because if you can't question science, then it's propaganda. I heard someone else say that recently, and that's absolutely true. Like, that's the point of science, is to be able to question it. It doesn't mean that my grounds to question as this model guy holds weight, and that's fine. Write me off. I don't care. You could listen to my ideas and then argue, and I want to hear your ideas. If they're better, great. Like, I was wrong. Like, I'm fine with that. But this whole thing, this authoritarian level top-down stuff, absolutist stuff, I think people are over it.
The two things that Dr. Malone and Dr. McCall had said, they said the only way this gets fixed is if people start thinking for themselves instead of being told what to do. He said that, and McCall is the best cardiologist that ever lived. I mean, he's written more papers than any cardiologist ever.
Yep.
And he said, and Malone, he's got more vaccines patented than anyone in the world ever. And they both said the same thing. The only way this whole thing gets fixed is stop being like, people want to be told what to do. Weston, oh, your arm hurts? Here, take this. Oh, okay, thank you. And you go home. Instead of being told what to do, research it. Okay, go to the doctor. He says, we think this. Go home and take 10 minutes and research it and think for yourself. Not just what somebody tells you to do. But then again, you go back to social media, just feeding it down your throat. This is what to do. This is what to do. Now, when you did go into LA, what was LA like during COVID that you saw that was just mind-blowing?
Well, that I didn't go at all.
You didn't even go at all.
You
no avoided it like the plague.
Oh, my gosh.
What did you hear?
I just heard about a lot of the dining experiences, or lack of, and the amount of small businesses that were just like closed indefinitely.
Getting crushed.
And that blew my mind, because it's like the lifeblood of the city. It's a place where people from all cultures and walks of life come together to have opportunity, and you just shut all that down, right? And you think you're going to stop a respiratory virus with a surgical mask, and that's going to change everything, right? Or when you sit down in the restaurant, then you can take it off and then it goes away. There was all that type of stuff that I saw in LA where the authoritative people were making these decisions and just crushing people's lives. And it was just clear as day to me that just did not make sense. And that's okay, like I said, if it's just for a minute, because we're all scared. And you don't want to be wrong about it, because you have to be accountable for these people underneath you, or that you're looking over and you're taking care of in a city. So you want to make the right policies from the beginning, because it's going to be your ass for sure if you mess up. I get that. But the fact that it went on for so long, even after, we were saying like, well, I don't know, does this make sense? But then it was like, oh, no, don't dissent. You can't dissent from this narrative, or we're going to just erase you, basically, whether it's on social media or whatever. And so that, to me, seeing in LA just how strict they were about a lot of the restaurants, I think was probably the biggest one, because that is the thing that we do as humans. We come together and eat together. It's this very, like, it's just primal for us.
Important.
Yeah, it's so important. That to me was the big thing. Second, I mean, there just wasn't any modeling. There was no way anyone was going to risk being on set. Even now, they're required to wear masks on set.
Now, I was going to ask you. I was going to say, is it back to normal yet now?
In LA, I don't think so. I still see people I follow on set, and they're all wearing masks, and I'm just like, are you serious? Like, really? And then the actors just take them off once the camera's rolling. I'm like, there you go again. This got so contradictory. Does not make any sense. Like, be consistent, or I call bullshit,
You just got back from New York not too long ago, right?
Yeah, not too long ago.
That's another
oh, yeah, of course.
Weeks ago.
Are they back to normal, or are they got their mandates and all that other shit?
Long Island is obviously outside of New York City.
Sure.
It's where I go. It's where I'm from. You go to the outside boroughs, it's not as strict. You go to Manhattan, it's a totally different world. Manhattan is a lot of people compose, and this is what I say all the time to people that grew up in New York and go there a lot, is Manhattan's not really composed from New Yorkers anymore. It's a lot of people that come from all over the world, and they have their own little say. And then obviously the political aspects of Manhattan really dictate all of New York, considering the population of Manhattan. So, New York's very diverse. It really depends on where you go in New York. That will determine the political aspects and the COVID aspects, a lot of that stuff,
Those two places I would not want to be.
Yeah, no.
No, thank you. Doesn't the guy out there in Cali, doesn't he want every car to be electric by 2030?
Oh, Gavin Newsom? Yeah.
That fucking guy. And I think he still wants mandates, right?
Yes, and that's the thing. Following these midterms, it's just like, all right, let's see what comes next. Is all I can say. And I want to stay in California long term because I've grown up there and I'm a slave to the weather. And San Diego is just unreal for weather. It's just not too extreme in any way. But on the point of extreme that's the problem. Like it's always these type of solutions that are proposed by our leaders, and I don't care what side of the what party you subscribe to. The thing is just everything is polarized now. Everything is divisive, and the only way to fix things is to go way in this direction or way in that direction. And that's where I feel like everyone's become disenchanted, and everyone's starting to see through all of it. And people are, like you said, there's people that are fine with being told what to think, and that's unfortunately something they just don't have that self-awareness, and they're fine with where they're being led to, right off a cliff possibly as a lemming. And then there's people like us where it's like, wait a minute, like this just doesn't make sense. Like it's not okay, and I'm not gonna be silent anymore. And I feel like that's the fun aspect of where we are right now is like, all right, I'm done just being quiet. Like I'm done feeling like I can't say what I think, and I'm going to be canceled or erased. I have to tread sort of lightly if you talk about my livelihood, but I don't know. I don't know at this point. Like I feel like, is it more important that I say my truth, or that I'm sort of oppressed by this like big tech, umbrella that's over all of us, like my YouTube channel and stuff. There's so many things that I really want to talk about and get into, but I also realize that maybe even people listening to this right now are like, you don't have the qualifications or the background to be speaking on topics of this size, and they come to know me for men's self-improvement stuff, right? And I don't want to just divert from that, but now that Elon owns Twitter, I feel like maybe this will be an area where I can start to speck, and it makes sense for the format.
Throw it on Spotify. You can say whatever you want on Spotify. You can throw video on there now.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, now you can do it through, I don't know, I think Anchor. You can throw a video up.
Oh, that's cool.
Then you can do whatever you want on there, and you can keep this one PG or whatever. Which PG to them is like, don't say blindsided, like I was telling you.
Oh, my God, crazy.
Yeah, because now you're putting down the blind.
Yeah, you're an
If you say peanut gallery, you're discriminating against the poor people. Shit, I was in the peanut gallery when I went to baseball games.
Sure. Well, everyone's so sensitive now,
When I moved from Pennsylvania, my debate was L.A. or here, and I wanted to go to L.A. because I was going to the Lakers games all the time.
Oh, okay.
But I didn't want to pay the business tax, so I was like, oh no.
Yeah,
I'll just sweat a little bit more out here. And now I'm really glad I didn't go out there. But I love California, or I did love it. I haven't been there since 14.
Yeah, I mean, people that have never been, they think of Hollywood Boulevard. I mean, it's just a massive state. So it could be 2 states, even 3. So it's so diverse. Like there's something for everyone there. And it's such a beautiful state for sure. And it's a shame that it gets this perception that everyone is like-minded and they're just all robots thinking the same thing and swinging a certain way. It's just not the case, San Diego's kind of like my sweet spot because
I was there a few times. San Diego seems very just laid back. I was there multiple times for weeks at a clip, and it just seemed they minded their own business more. Then you get into L.A., and even back then, every single person's looking at you. What are you wearing? What are you doing? Of course, I'm right by the Staples Center, so, I'm right there. But what I thought was so cool is I would go out like 7 o'clock in the morning, and everybody would be running up these big hills and down, and they probably got masks on now, fucking running up, 10-foot hills and down.
Oh, they do. They wear masks on hikes for sure. Still,
They're gonna kill themselves. They're gonna hyperventilate.
Hey, it turns out
CO2
that oxygen's really healthy for you.
that's kind of how you
breaking
breathe.
news.
Newsom, my little buddy out there.
Yeah, it's wild. I think San Diego emerges caring about career still, wanting to make, again, the best version of yourself, but also finding balance. Like, going out to eat a lot, being by the ocean, being in nature. It's just that middle ground, It's not so sleepy that no one's motivated to have, like I said, make a living for themselves, but it's a decent amount of entrepreneurs, and the downtown has become really vibrant if you want to have more of that type of vibe that's just going out and just lively. The streets are packed on, in Gaslamp Quarter when you're in downtown, or Little Italy in San Diego. It's awesome, So I do feel like there's something for everyone. We're more coastal up in Del Mar-ish area, and it's laid back. I mean, the thing is when I come home or the city I want to live in, I want to feel like I'm on vacation because when I stop working, I want those vibes to happen, right? I want to go see the ocean, have a margarita or something, and I want ocean air because that's what I associate when I do cut loose or have a break, is being in an environment like that where you feel refreshed and revived,
And being that we're still going through the midterms now, and you're in Cali, what does California really think? Because on the outside, all you think is they're 100% blue, they're 100% with this, with that. What really is the projection in California? Like, is it really that blue, dead set blue, no matter what, even if it's a frog? If a frog is running and they're Democrat, because that's the perception,
right,
from the outside.
Sure. No, and I think that it's not that way because there is actual statistical data that shows you a mass exodus. There's reasons why people are leaving the state in droves and going to Texas or Florida, whether it's because of business-related reasons, tax, things like that, or it's from social issues that don't resonate with their values and beliefs. And the more you feel like you can't be yourself and be respected for having those different beliefs, the quicker you're going to get out of Dodge, So I think that's what's happening with California. That's why for the first time the population is statistically starting to go down versus always going up. And it's because of more strict authoritarian policies and whatnot. And again, whether you're left or right, liberal, conservative, you have to get to some point where you realize, hey, this is my life. Like, you can't just be my daddy and make all the decisions for my life. Especially you would tell me I can't go take care of myself and go to the gym. It's not about going and working on my muscles. It's literally about my well-being and my health. It's those type of policies where I think even people are finding middle ground on and being like, okay, you guys are you don't need to go way over there, just take it easy. I know it's a blue state, but let's have respect for each other. So I think the trajectory after the midterms is it's anyone's guess. I'm not an election denier, but I will say that there's peculiar things that should always be in the interests of both parties, because election integrity is the building block for trust in government, and both sides should want that to be rock solid. Because there's going to be a point, and there has been before, where the other side is going to call election fraud, and it has happened in the past, and there's instances, believe me. And so the fall of any society is when you lose election integrity. That's when, or I should say a government, that's when everything goes south. So I don't think it should be dismissed. I think that the counter argument should be okay, yes, let's do what we can then, because it is in everyone's best interest.
What percentage would you say is actually blue, and what percentage would you say is red, and what percentage would you say really just wants whatever's best? From the way you're talking, and I'll tell you about myself, I hate the blue-red thing. I think it's the dumbest thing in the world.
It's the illusion of
it's the illusion bullshit. All it does is cause argument. It's almost like religion. Religion is religion, but 9 times out of 10, war has something to do with religion and beefing, and that's just my opinion. But I wish there was no color, and it was just the best 10 people run.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody's on any. This is a dream world.
Yeah.
And you just vote for whoever's best. Like, I don't care if they're red, blue, purple, pink. Just whoever I feel is best is who I vote for. If they're red, they're red. If they're blue, they're blue.
Yes, I totally agree. I think that
How would you break down in percentages, California?
I mean,
I know it's tough.
I don't know statistically, but my gut thinks 40-60 leaning blue on the 60 side.
That close, huh?
I think so. That's in my experience, but again, the way you're wired and the people that are attracted to you that stay in your life, there's a reason that happens, and like-minded people will stay. So I could be skewed, you know what I mean? Like, I'm registered independent for people listening to think that, like, oh my God, he's a hard right winger because I could just tell by the way he's leaning right now and the things he's saying. No, like it doesn't mean that I'm liberal and conservative. Like I'm a realist and I'm in the middle. Like I want people to have freedoms. I don't take hard lines on certain issues that I don't have personal experience with. But I do think that the polarizing of and this illusion of two parties giving you a choice. No, it's just you have to choose between what's the lesser of two evils for you, because what happens is you have to subscribe to all the tenets of the blue side or the red side, and maybe you don't fall totally under there. But what I do see is people pledge allegiance to that, and then they go all in. And so if they see a headline from a publication that leans towards them, they go, yeah, I feel that way too. And it's like, do you really? Like, you don't have to. It's okay if you don't agree with your party on that issue, but is it today? Like, you get demonized immediately. Even people that have been Democrats their whole, let's take Elon Musk, for example. He's voted Democrat his whole life, right? And so the one time he says, in my opinion, maybe you should vote red this time.
They try to kill him.
Yeah, but he said it because he's like, there needs to be balance of power. That was the reason. It wasn't because he's a diehard right-wing QAnon Trumpster. No, it wasn't about that. It was his ability to think independently and to realize, hey, you guys, like, this is a circus. This is a sham. The best we can do with it is to try to find some balance here. Like, let's balance it out a little bit. The Democrats have had control of the House and Senate for this much time, and if people vote a certain way and it shifts, that means that some people aren't happy with the job that Biden has done, including Democrats. And that's okay to have some balance of power, in my opinion.
I think you're right on the 60-40, and I think the 40 won't say anything. I can't tell you how many people I ran into that would say, oh, I saw Roger Stone on your show. And I'm independent. I'm registered independent too. And my whole family growing up was Democrat as can be. You know what I mean? When I wanted to always be independent so I could choose for myself with this whole blue-red shit. But I can't tell you how many people pulled me aside like, I'm really leaning toward the right, but, don't let him know.
Right.
I mean, that's how it's become.
Well, the politics 101 demonize opposition. If people could see that from the beginning, they would see that they've got duped. But that's the first thing you do. If you can demonize your opponent, the rest is easy, and obviously Trump's that guy. So
what would you say New York is percentage-wise overall?
So,
well, like Manhattan versus
Manhattan. Yeah,
that's the thing is, you have obviously all of upstate New York's a fairly big state. It's not small, and a lot of the inner cities would lean towards the Democrat side, was where the towns and other counties along New York are red. And if you look at the populations, Long Island has a high population, but it can never compete with Manhattan. So if in my opinion, you take Manhattan away, New York would be a red state. With Manhattan there, it's always going to be a blue state.
Do you think that's because the density in urban areas and cities, your lifestyle is more dependent on government-related programs and public transit, and maybe you feel the benefits of being a taxpayer more if you're in a city, and when you're out on the outskirts, you're more independent-minded, you have your own thing going, you just really are good on your own, and maybe that resonates. Do you think that's...
Which very well can be, and obviously, like you said, public transportation, stuff along the lines that you're not seeing as much as, like you said, if you're independent, you're on your own, you're in the suburbs. and a lot of people, obviously, you look at the inner cities, is sometimes more practically Manhattan. You know, you're there for business. You're there for, like, people who move from other states who claim residency in New York. They're there for business. They're for work. Sometimes they don't have a family, so they're voting on their own perspective. Is they're not looking at the tax aspect of things, where they're not paying as much taxes as people in the suburbs who are putting kids through school and stuff along those lines. It's a very difficult subject to get into. Obviously, it's a very in-depth subject with politics in New York and all these other states. But obviously, like I said, I think majority of New Yorkers who are born and raised there are leaning towards the right, to where other people who came to New York over the time, who are spreading to the boroughs, are leaning towards the left-hand side.
That's pretty interesting, huh?
Yeah. I think there's more secret libertarians out there than we realize. Maybe not in its entirety, because that party can also be curious in some ways also. But the quicker we can get to middle ground, or at least identify some of the things we have in common, like, you've heard that so many times, it's so cliche, but people just need to drop their pride, you know, like in this allegiance thing, they have to, left and right, you know, and realize that we demonize each other all the time without realizing it, and certain things we say amongst each other. And so I just want conversation. But there is one party that I notice isn't as interested in conversation or even debate. And so that, to me, is a sign of weakness in ideas. And if you can't be challenged, then you're going to lose my vote, and I won't trust you, or you won't have the credibility. Like, let's say Katie Hobbs in Arizona refusing to debate Carrie Lake. I'm not saying that I'm invested in either person. I don't know much about either. But just that, from an optics side, as an independent, why would you not debate? Right. You can't give me. There's not going to be a reason that you're going to be able to give me that's strong enough. Like,
there's none. The only thing you could say is that they're going to throw bombs at you and not the other person. Well, if you're that good and you're doing the right thing, then you'll be able to handle any bomb, right?
Yeah, or an independently moderated debate. Like, if you're going to not do that, then I don't trust you.
How funny was it right after Chris Wallace, maybe, a year or two, after he did the last debate with Biden and Trump? And again, I'm independent, but he threw Trump haymakers. I mean, he threw him fastballs.
Yeah.
And he threw, softball, underhand, slow pitch to Biden. Like, hey, Biden, what do you think of the weather today? Hey, Trump, what do you think about Russia, China, the economy, and North Korea? You have 2 minutes.
I know.
And then a year and a half later, he goes to CNN. So, with the debates, they fuck that up too, because they don't get an independent person to debate it.
That's true. So even if there was a debate, I stand corrected that maybe I wouldn't even get much out of it anyways. You know what I mean? Because if journalists can't even have any integrity anymore, that to put in check their political bias, we're doomed. I mean, if you're working on a basis of ratings and cost per click, that's not real news. That's propaganda. And that's why I'm so excited to see how much alternative media is coming out and alternative news sources from independent places. And people will be quick to write those off too, and just act like if they aren't associated with some legacy media conglomerate, that doesn't mean they're not real journalists. That's crazy to me. I mean, I don't need to see another segment on ABC or CNN that says brought to you by Pfizer after that segment.
That's all you're going to see?
No,
because they're keeping them they're keeping that station on. The drug company Pfizer, especially Pfizer, is keeping that drug company on. And Pfizer's making a killing on this vaccine. Killing. And therefore, those TV stations are going to go whatever way Pfizer wants them to go, because they're paying the bills.
Don't lose your sponsors.
Blank. Yeah, point blank. I mean, that's just the way it is.
Yeah.
So, you can't trust that shit.
Right. So even from the network level, what you're seeing on the TV, to every voice and art that's in every article that's written, there's this bias infused, and everyone knows that. This is super obvious at this point. But the fact that people know it's there and they just still eat it up just tells me that we are a generation that is just almost like
content,
not Real Housewives Orange County, but like we just like gossip. We love to see just kind of drama, and we want to choose a side, and we want to pick our sports team against that sports team, and we will go to the death over that. And that's crazy to me, because we all lose in the end. I mean, that's exactly how all these policies get pushed through at 5 p.m. that are pushed legislation-wise. They do it at the late hours, and then they distract with a big story over here about, I don't know, now it's Trump and DeSantis are having a rift. Like, it's just all diversion. And then we, as the people, we really are just getting duped that whole time. It's just all diversion.
I've never seen anything like this ever. I mean, I'm 40. You're a little bit older than me. I've never seen anything like it, and I've never seen where you can't even talk to somebody without them looking at their phone.
Yeah.
You know, if you run into one of your buddies or your friends and they have their phone, if it's more than a minute, you watch them. They start looking around for the phone, or they're checking it.
Yeah.
And for me, the way I grew up, like, we're having a conversation. It's like very disrespectful to start playing on your phone when you ask me a question. What? What'd you say? And if you get off the phone, you wouldn't be saying what. I've never seen it so insane.
Yeah, I think Rogan said we're becoming symbiotic. You know, it's this. We might as well have the phone implanted in our body at this point. It's just that we have to let go of it. You know, it's because it won't stick on the full time, but that's what the Apple Watch can do, I guess. But yeah, I mean, and I suffer from that too. I've gotten to the point where my phone is on silent 24/7, unless it's leading up to an event like this where I can't miss it, and I got to make sure. Not everyone can do that. I get that. But being present it's like going out of style.
Now, you brought up Elon. What do you think he'll do? Because it sounds like he's having some issues. I saw yesterday, I mean, this isn't an issue, but yesterday the executive left because he was the one who censored the Biden laptop. He left. A lot of people left. And again, you don't know you can't believe it. You can't believe anything you hear anymore. But the new thing with him is that maybe he's going to go more toward the middle, like not censor it like it was, but have some censor. And then, you know, now he said today that maybe he bought off more than he could chew. You know, but with him, you never know with him because, and he said it, you know, he actually said this, it wasn't fake. He goes, you know, this is more than I thought. Now, what's behind that, right? We're talking about a genius here. So to me, there's a play there.
He's obviously incredibly clever, eccentric, and insanely intelligent, but he's also human. And the amount of activity that he has on Twitter, I think, can even get the best of us, like even him. Even someone at his level, I think some of it is getting to him. The pushback, the criticism. He's obviously on Twitter a lot. He's tweeting a lot. There's no way there's a trade-off. There's no way you can do that and it's not going to affect your mind somehow. He's obviously paying less attention to SpaceX and Tesla to be on there that much. And that's, to me, not great. I don't think in the scope, but I also agree with him that if we agree that Twitter is one of the closest things to a public square that shouldn't be moderated in a biased way, other than agreeable rules for no calls of violence, then yes, I think he said to his advertisers, look, it's not going to be a hellscape where anyone can say anything.
Right.
I think he said it all really well in that like a few short paragraphs. So I think he just needs to remove himself a little bit from it for perspective, because he's already proven his resume. He can take Twitter and make it amazing again.
I thought he was going to have Jack Dorsey run it. Because remember they were hanging out a lot?
Yeah.
I thought he was hanging out with him. I thought he'd buy it. You know, he would code it or whatever. Because I don't think Jack Dorsey's this horrible guy that everybody puts him out to be. I think the board just took over. And my opinion initially was Elon was going to buy it, kind of be in the background. And then I thought Dorsey would run it like two Twitters. You know, one all censored like some people want. And then the other one, free without, the craziness.
Right.
That's what I thought he was going to do. Now I don't know. And then, you talk to these monsters and then you start questioning him. And you say, well, is he involved in all this bullshit too?
Oh, Elon?
Yeah. Because he talks about, there's not enough kids, there's not enough males, this, that, the other.
Right. He's anti-depopulation.
But then you talk to these heavy hitters and they make some strong points that, is he involved in this population control thing? Is there something we're not seeing? And then you go back to all the countries he's dealing with. And I know Biden came out to investigate him, but we know that's just because they're scared to death that he's actually going to uncensor it.
Mm-hmm.
But then I look and I saw when he bought the Bitcoin. Bought a shit ton of Bitcoin and then dumped it, made a ton. Then I looked and I saw a lot of dealings he's doing with different countries. And then he helped out Ukraine. But Ukraine's dirty as fuck. They're messing with kids. And if you look at Putin, and this is insane, and you look and you see where he's hitting, the places he's hitting are by nuclear areas where there's nuclear weapons, which is why Ukraine isn't in NATO. He's hitting all around there, and he's hitting where they know they're doing that adrenaline shit. Like they did with, what was the guy's name? The guy that got hung. He had the island and sucking the shit out of the kids.
Epstein?
Oh,
Yeah.
Epstein.
Jeffrey.
Yeah.
Not Epstein that I would talk to yesterday, by the way.
Right.
The horrible Epstein. The places that he's bombing heavily are those types of places. And I just think it's so insane for anyone to sit here and think that Putin is going to use his top guys to take out Ukraine. To me, that's just insane. First off, Ukraine is the Soviet Union. Do you think, Weston, that Putin is going to use his top guys for Ukraine and show, even though he's cool with China now, but show his hand to the U.S., China, North Korea over Ukraine?
Putin is obviously not stupid. People think he can be reckless, but I'm so far away from the action not being a Russian citizen. Like, I don't know what it's like to be in Russia and the perception and the optics that are there. I only have the optics of being filtered from however many miles away, right? It's so hard for me to know for sure. But just like with COVID, there's lots of things that don't make sense, and I am definitely not jumping on board with whatever the bandwagon is, because that's most likely not the truth, right? So I don't think that, for example, all this money we're throwing at them is to virtue signal that we're being great about humanitarian aid. I don't buy that at all. I would lean more towards military industrial complex and many other factors, whether that's laundering money or whatnot, because like you said, a lot of people forgot that before this all happened, Ukraine is one of the most corrupt nations in the world. Like, I'm not saying the people are bad. That's the last thing I'm saying. Yeah. So, but everyone needs to pull back and realize that it's who's at the top, right? That's who I'm talking about. I want the best for Ukraine and the people of Ukraine, obviously, just as one human to another. But for people to just, again, if my party says this, I must subscribe to that idea. If I don't, then suddenly I'm the biggest fan of Putin ever. Absolutely not. Like, I'm just saying there's got to be more to this, and I would just want to know what the truth is. Now, to back it up all the way to Elon, I do think that we have to keep a vigilant eye on him, because he's now infused into so many military contracts with all of his tech. So if you have satellites all over the globe, I mean, the amount of things that if he is corrupt or becomes corrupted, that he would have control over that could heavily impact the world, it's massive. So we are putting a lot of stake into one person, right? So that's the thing. You just don't know for sure. And that's, again, why I say don't go all in with anyone. Don't worship a human being or a leader to be your savior. They are not that. They are human at the end of the day. Hold their feet to the fire, especially our government, because we pay them. People forget that. Like, they're there because we elected them. Supposedly. So I don't know.
I think he's a genius, and the things he creates are amazing. I had his partner in here. And
Wow.
when his partner was here, they had gotten I think it's called the CERN, the ball that goes back and forth, the atom.
Mm-hmm.
And when he got the call, he was like, I have to go. And they were trying to get it. It was like the 19th millionth beta test. And it was
The particle accelerator?
Yeah. And whatever big word he used, it confirmed that they could get to Mars in 10 days. So he was excited as could be. As we were talking, I said, okay, say this test comes back good. How are you going to get to Mars in 10 days with the matter because of all the shit, you got to go through? Well, there's no molecule on Earth that you can make it. So guess what Elon's doing? He's making his own molecule that will be able to handle because right now, if you go that fast to Mars and get there in 10 days, if you spit at that space station flying, it goes into flames.
Got it.
So they have to find a material that can withstand the particles that they're going to run into. But just imagine if Elon is part of all this mess, what a play.
Oh, it's huge. I mean, deception,
And
there's a lot of power.
He's smart enough to do it. I'm not saying he is. I hope he's not.
I hope he's not too. Like,
I was excited for Neuralink. Shit.
Oh, for sure. Like, it's hard for me not to be a fan of Elon because innovation is fascinating and it's incredible. And to think that the amount of contributions he's had to different sectors of society and the leaps we've taken because of that, I have to give credit and respect to him for those things. It's, again, just keeping the watchful eye, knowing that humans can eventually be corrupted given the right circumstances.
If I have to get blown up and it's from Elon, all right, I'm okay with it. 'Cause he's done some pretty cool shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah. He's definitely the most interesting man in the world at the moment, I'm pretty sure.
But see now, like we're talking about this, right? So people will think that I think or you think that Elon's with the population control and everything else, and it's just it's a discussion that that people don't have anymore.
Because I'm not settled on things.
Right. Me neither.
That's the thing. And if we had another guest here and they were pushing back, I would love to hear that. Too. It's okay. Like some of the things I mentioned about identity earlier is like once you're good with yourself, you don't have to feel so threatened by anything anymore. It's not that bad.
You can just have a conversation.
Yeah, you're like, that's great. Like I'm not totally on the same page yet, but that's interesting, like, but respect is what's lost in our society now. It's just.
Yeah. And if you don't have that respect, right? So say we have somebody there who says, no, there's no way. If we don't respect that person and let him talk, then how can we learn? Because maybe he says something that we learn and we're like, oh, you know what? I never thought of it that way. You're right. No way.
Well, yeah, because you label. That's what people do. They label. And that's what the tactic I mentioned of just politics 101. If you label someone, if you say racist, Trumpster, QAnon, conspiracy theorist, that's perfect. Because it just settles it, right? It shuts down the conversation. If they can put that label on you, then it's just like their fingers are in their ears. They're like, la, 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 la. They just can't hear you anymore, because they assume because you question something that you subscribe to all these other tenets. And I'm trying to say that's not how I roll. Like, I'm a critical thinker and I'm good with that. But it also means that I welcome entertaining your ideas and I really want to hear them because I don't have it all figured out. And to think I do is a massively arrogant angle to take,
The worst thing you can be is not open-minded. You have to be open-minded. That's how you progress,
I mean, without humility, there's no progress. It's impossible. You're stagnant. What
do you think about psychedelics? Like microdosing is a big thing in the news now. I know a ton of people that take it. Mushrooms, DMT, all that. What's your opinion on all that?
Well, I went most of my life really not being into drugs. I tried stuff. I did pot like probably about like 13 times or so. Didn't have a huge effect on me at the time. I was much younger. I wasn't really into drinking. Just with family history, there's a lot of darkness there, and so I avoided it because of that. Later in life, once I just kind of felt like I a lot of my life I was trying to not be a certain way to prove something. And then once I relaxed, I was like, you know what, I can enjoy a drink, and I really like it. And actually, I do. I really enjoy a good drink. And then I started to introduce other things because of curiosity. Like, I need to know, I need to be informed about this. And then when my fiance, Katie, she told me about her past and things that she's tried, I got more curious. And then she showed me the documentary on Netflix called Fantastic Fungi.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you've seen that, but it's mind-blowing.
Yeah.
And it's not just about the psychedelic nature of mushrooms, but I recommend anyone that hasn't watched it to check it out, because I could give a shit about mushrooms at the time. Like, I just didn't really think anything of it. It's way more than I could ever imagine on so many levels regarding nature. Long story short, I tried psychedelic mushrooms and with Katie, and it was phenomenal. Like, where's that been all my life? It's so amazing that I don't even feel like I need to do it very often. Like, I've done it twice, but I could go a year probably, like, and not worry. But it's what takes place in that moment is a freedom and a connection with nature and God that I just can't explain unless someone tries it. I avoided it like the plague forever because of shame. I thought that there'd be shame against, like, I'd feel shame about doing that because I was uninformed and I was ignorant, just like other people have been, because they've been told what to think about psychedelics. And that's why, again, I say watch that documentary. And then the other one called How to Change Your Mind is another one, right? Yeah. Where every episode is a different type of...
Those two. And then I'm a big reader on chemicals, and I always knew that DMT was the last thing released from your brain when you die. And then when I saw that they discovered alternative DMT that is also released when you die, it has so much energy, they can't even calculate it. It mutates over 1 trillion times a millisecond.
Wow.
So when they extract it, they did it from a pig. It's in your liver, your kidneys, your brain, everything. It has so much energy that it's impossible in today's age to calculate it. So that got me real interested. Then everybody I know who's done it seems nice. They're nicer people. So then I got even more interested. Then I couldn't figure out how in the fuck Rogan goes 4 or 5 hours with these monsters with no notes. And it drove me nuts for 6 months. And then I had Bass Rutten, who was a Hall of Famer UFC
I watched
guy.
that episode. That was phenomenal.
Yeah,
I've been a fan of him for a while. I bought his DVD years ago.
Oh, did you?
It shows you how to defend yourself, like in a bar.
Yeah, we built the machine in the conference room, his Bass machine.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, the second one is up. It's on YouTube and Spotify. We built it in the conference room, and he plays music, and he just beat this machine to death. And he was such a cool guy,
He's legit.
And he and I were talking, and he microdoses. And I said, so what's the benefit of the microdose? And he goes, this eye, I'm 20/20. This eye, I'm legally blind. He goes, when I microdose with 2, which is like which is 10 milligrams, he goes, both eyes are 20/20. He goes, right now I can count your hairs. And I was like, what the fuck? So then he's rolled close with Rogan. And I had asked him, I said, Rogan's always talking about microdosing and whatever. I said, how about memory? What does it do for memory? He goes, you can remember everything. Blah, 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 blah. So then I got even more interested. But I've never... So when you did it, you did the tripping. Like, you did, like, what do you need, like 3 grams or something to trip on it? Or take me through the experience, because I'm curious. Like you, I'm still on the cuff of that one.
Yeah.
So if you don't mind, take me through the experience of the actual tripping, not the microdose thing.
I wish Katie was here, because she could probably remember what dosage we took. I started really small the first time because for all those people that might resonate with this, I was always afraid that I'm going to see scary things like demons.
I am today now. I'm like, I don't want to be that.
I'm a spiritual person, and I was just like, what if
if I'm that guy that has that bad trip and never fucking comes back?
Yeah.
My luck, that's what would happen.
Right. That's what always kept me at bay, right? And so Katie suggested, you want to be either somewhere in nature or you don't want to be around a ton of people. It's great advice, actually. And we were in Yosemite National Park, which, if you haven't been, it's one of the most beautiful places in the world. and I took enough to where you would feel something, much more than microdosing. I don't know how much it was, probably 0.5. I don't know, but I felt nauseous at first, which is supposed to happen, which I did not like that at all. I hate being nauseous. But about 20 minutes in, 30 minutes in, boom, just suddenly, it was like I could see the world through God's eyes. Like, it was just so beautiful. Like,
what'd you see?
So this is on a smaller level. So I should back up a little bit and say, like, the second time, or that's to come that I'm going to talk about, was exceptionally better. But just everything was so high definition. It was so, because now I just put that together, obviously what we said it about Boss, but
so what you could, everything was clear. Was your mind clear? Remember stuff, or were you like in a different reality at that point?
Well, I was lucky to have incredible visuals in front of me, being in nature like that. But the high def, it was like I could feel the beauty of nature and its design, and I could see everything, like I said, super crisp. But I felt incredibly comfortable and at peace. I felt so happy. I felt so free. Like my existence was secondary to the big picture of everything. And I'm sure you've heard that before from other people, and it's not cliche. It is real. So fast forward maybe 6 months, I do a full dose of what would be recommended. And again, I don't want to get in dosages because it's just something I don't feel like I'm qualified to say. But I was in our backyard, and we have lots of plants and trees that are really beautiful. And I just sat there, and it hit me. And it was like I could see the framework of life and God. Like, and I mean it in terms of looking in the sky. There was these edges of the clouds that looked like prisms, and it was as if mushrooms give you the ability to access more of your brain. And that the vision thing that Boss mentioned, there's got to be something there to that. Like, I feel like it's connecting parts of the brain maybe that weren't firing. I don't know what to say, but what I can say, it was the most beautiful experience, and it lasts for hours, so be prepared for that.
How many hours?
I think it was 5 maybe.
But it's not a freaky 5 hours.
It's not. I
like,
mean,
you don't like. It's not like one of those things where like you can't wait for it to end.
No, it wasn't like that. Luckily, I know what you're talking about. But I would say ramp up to it. Don't just go all in. Because if you're the type of person who loves to be in control, and you feel like if you lose control, like that's like a lot of people won't do certain things because of that. Well, I highly recommend you do it anyways, but just knowing that, just know what to expect. Like, talk to someone that you know that's done it, so that when it's happening, they're there to coach you and comfort you and be like, yeah, I see it too. You could look at wood grain on this table. Here's a perfect way to explain it. Once it starts hitting you, everything starts breathing, like pulsating. And what I mean by that is, if I look at this table, it's like it's going a little bit like this, and then the grains are going like this. They're moving.
And that didn't freak you out at all?
No, because it was because Katie told me like that's what happened.
Okay.
So I highly suggest looking at patterns in nature when it's happening to really see the effects, and then look at the clouds. Like, if you just sit there and watch the clouds move, you think cloud watching when you look at shapes and pick out, it's nothing compared to when you're on mushrooms. It's like the most beautiful. And again, it was a loss of self, like, but in the most beautiful way. Like, I felt nothing else was interesting besides nature. And I found that fascinating, because I'm not the ultimate nature guy. I appreciate it, but I wanted to be like barefoot in the backyard and just sit there. I know it sounds hippie, but I have a VR, like an Oculus.
Mm-hmm.
I thought for sure, like, oh, that'd be wild. So I tried it. It was like my soul or my body knew this is virtual. This is synthetic. It's like it knew. It just could not even compare to what you witness through your eyes once mushrooms like take effect. It just opens this other dimension of your perception of reality in a beautiful way.
And then when you came out of it, did you find yourself looking at the world and life in a different perspective than you had prior?
Yes. My stress about the menswear line and just making it everything it can be took a back seat in the best way, though, because what I did after that is I prioritized me being balanced. I realized that, okay, I think I've been putting too much of my energy on just work, and I need to get back into, I'm going to get up and give myself the grace and ability to go to the gym, take as much time as I need at the gym, not feel like I got to get back to get to those emails. I started prioritizing different, and that was what was huge. And what ends up happening, my business is doing better, like, because it's the opposite of what you think, right? Especially like East Coast mindset too, versus West Coast. It's just like your work's your identity. The more you brag about how much you work, the more people go like, yeah, wow, I like him. He works hard, all the while you're just like, oh my God, I don't do anything fun anymore. So I think that's what it did is I just had an awareness of balance. I needed that to happen.
It's funny you said that. Like, if I would go back to Pennsylvania right now, everybody I knew is doing the same thing now that they were doing 20 years ago. That is just how it is there. They get a job, they get content, and then that's it. That's what they do for the rest of their life. Nothing changes.
Yeah.
Everybody I talked to that did a psychedelic said they came back a better person, nicer, calmer, more relaxed, looked at the world differently. Then do you see Ancient Apocalypse?
No, but that's the next one to watch.
Oh, you got to watch that.
Katie's all about it.
Oh, you got to watch that. You got to watch that too, Ben.
Well, Graham Hancock.
Him and Randall.
Yeah.
That guy,
Some
Randall,
of the best episodes.
Best. Yeah. He's been holding on to that info for 7 years about that.
Oh,
so,
because of the patents.
And I won't ruin it for you, but I'll just tell you a little bit. So they start digging into it, and things wash up through the lake. Everything was different a long time ago. So they get artifact that dates back 100,000 years ago. Human artifact, 100,000 years. We're supposed to only be here 6.
Right.
100,000. It doesn't lie. Bone marrow doesn't lie, right? In every bone marrow that they found, if you go 100,000 years to 6,000 years ago to 4,000 years ago, every one of them had psychedelics in them. So then you go and you say, how in the hell did they build those pyramids? There's a ton of them. They never bothered. They were very respectful to the earth. How are they still here? How are they within 1 degree of pointing to the north? How are they more accurately centered with the rotation of the earth than any satellite we have in the sky today? Those pyramids are more accurate than anything we have today. How could that be done? Goes on, goes on. What about vibration? He says. What about telepathy, with the psychedelics, so on and so forth. And the great example that he put, if we take an electric razor and I put it on here, it's going to move, right? It's going to either come off of here or go over there, or the battery's going to die. So it wouldn't be insane to think, if you have 50,000 years to develop that electric razor, if it can already move now, why is it insane to believe that can't move a 70-ton rock?
Absolutely.
Why is it insane to believe that it couldn't pile it up 36,000 feet in the sky? If you're on mushrooms and you're tripping, everyone that I've talked to, you see things differently. You would be able to build a base aligned with the north. You would be able to align a base in a square that is within 1 fucking degree of the Earth's rotation. 24 hours in a day, it's right there. I mean, they break it down heavy.
And that's the thing, because I've listened to maybe half that one, and Graham Hancock gets into that side where he says, what I've experienced being in academia and everything is that people are about status, and they're about their pride, and if it's been this way for this long, then everything is a threat because it's going to undo all the things that we've prided ourselves in for so long, took pride in for so long. And once again, the human element, right? Like, it's the same thing in just a different area of our society and as mankind. And he's right. Like, we should have the freedom to explore our past. We all own that, right? It's all part of us. And the psychedelic side of it, that's the thing. While I was looking at our granite countertop coming to life, I was thinking, is this really what it looks like? You know what I mean? Because if I access certain parts of my brain, you have to wonder if just on a particle level and just how everything is atoms. I mean, when you go down to that level and the way it's described by scientists, it's not even really a solid object entirely. It's like a clump of atoms, which is bizarre,
it's
right?
Crazy when you
like
think
you
about
can't
it.
put your hand through it, but essentially, like, there's something there, right?
Right, like this was built with atoms or protons. At the end of the day, that's what this is.
Like the
we could
concentration
feel it
level
now, but at some point, this is proton, atoms, and all that other stuff.
And I think that's the thing is, like, I wish people would just give themselves the freedom to entertain ideas. Like, they could be out there, but we got to explore. We got to talk about it. It's fun, like it might get a little wild at times, but I mean, that's the whole reason why Elon has been able to do what he does, because people are like, you can't do that. You're not going to land. The rocket's not going to be able to land back where it came from, like, from the landing platform.
Maybe
I didn't think that was going to happen that soon.
Me neither.
I doubted that for sure, among other things, And to just crush the electric car industry in terms of coming out with a standard like a Tesla, that car is so ahead of its time. When it came out, it still is. It's unbelievable, So again, open mind, like you said. It's just so key for us to evolve, progress, better ourselves. It all does come full circle with that humility aspect, If you can't drop your walls, nothing's going to get in. You're not going to grow.
The funniest thing, I died when he said this. Graham Hancock goes, I think every single president should have to do psychedelics before they're president. I was dying.
Right.
But, from everything I hear, he's right.
Well, think about all the negative connotations. I bought into all that too. Yeah. I waited this long in my life to try psychedelics because I was told what to think about those for decades. And if anyone listening, watch Fantastic Fungi and watch How to Change Your Mind, or probably watch Fantastic Fungi if it's mushroom related, because they have that whole section of the show is about way back when Nixon was in office and when they made psychedelics a Schedule I drug. And you look now till today, they obviously talk about, you saw how much research was just pushed to the side that could have helped so many people. This isn't about just tripping.
No.
This is about helping soldiers coming back from war, PTSD, and depression. But again, follow the money, follow human nature. What's in the best interest of the businesses that are for profit, like Big Pharma? It's synthetics. They cannot make money off of the benefits that mushrooms give you on a microdose level. It's all right there. You know what I mean? Like, it's so obvious.
I'm surprised they're even talking about it as much as they are. Last week in the American Journal, like the real one, the American Journal, where these doctors, third party, they write independently, and they wrote fucking 25 articles on microdosing, and they're still skeptical of it, but so far the benefits of it, of depression, of lack of motivation, alcoholics, cocaine addiction, I mean, the list is a mile long. Everything's looking good with it. And that kills Big Pharma. Just like marijuana. More than half the states, it's legal or medical, but it's still federally a Schedule I. Federally, it's a Schedule I. I'll never understand that. But if you have a card in Florida, you can walk in and buy it. It's absolutely insane. And then going back to the mushrooms, you watch Graham, you see what he says, blah, blah, blah. Then even before that, you say to yourself, how did human evolve? How is it possible? Just so fast, that quick. In my opinion, go read. In Jerusalem, first off, DMT was active in the brain then, right? And then this leads back to something that you said earlier. So back then, DMT is already running. There's mushrooms everywhere. The top notch, I bet, too. Probably the best of the best back then, right? Now, if you're on the mushrooms and the DMT, it's active, and you go to kill a lion. The lion doesn't know if you're a dog, a lion, an ant, a cat. It smells pheromones. If it doesn't smell fear, now it's afraid of you. Now you can go kill that with a rock and feed your family. And if you take enough of it, the brain evolves, the brain gets smarter, so on and so forth. And I think that's how we became where we are today. And going back to what you said, maybe we're not touching part of our brain. Well, we shut it off because we don't need DMT to be active anymore. Over time, it's there. We don't need it. We have guns, knives, whatever, hunters, okay? But we needed it then. How if, when they built those pyramids, they really were telepathically making things happen through vibration, through sound? Why is that impossible? It's not impossible. And then, furthermore, if they were that advanced, you would think that they would know if an asteroid's coming. And if Graham's right, and 90, 100,000 years ago, that would have been 7 ice ages ago. Why would it be insane to think that they wouldn't have the ability to get the hell out of here and go to maybe the Milky Way, which Elon's partner is dead set that there's life there. They just can't see it because of all the particles. Why is that insane to believe?
It's not. That's the thing. It's only us not realizing that we're just a grain of sand in the scope of the universe that stops us from entertaining these ideas, because it just hasn't been done yet. I mean, it's all there. People thought Einstein was crazy early on as well too. It just takes a little bit of time for us to catch up and realize that we were ignorant, right? And to discredit the power found in nature. People forget that those that praise or prop up Big Pharma, they forget that they got all those ideas for those synthetics from nature. Mm-hmm. Almost all of them came from nature initially. And so, you come to find out that, oh my God, this natural thing in the ground has this effect on my body. Just so happens, right? And with mushrooms, there's no side effects. That's weird. Every synthetic, there's a side effect almost typically for all of them. But mushrooms, like, there was no hangover. I didn't feel worse. I felt better. But we demonized that all the way back from the 60s. Why would we suppress that? Like, you have to ask these questions, Again, there's that saying now, the only difference between conspiracy and truth is 6 months. Mm-hmm. That's where it's getting to at this point. Like, it's the trajectory of just people becoming awakened to things. I don't know if that's right grammatically, but it's as if everyone is finally starting to be okay with asking bigger questions. And we're gonna get stuff wrong, stuff we talked about on this. Some of it could definitely be wrong. That's fine. But it's exciting.
And it's a discussion, right?
Yeah, it's exciting to entertain, and I don't think academics should just discredit all that just because of what someone told them to think for many, many decades. That's essentially what's happening with Graham Hancock, right? All of his peers and them trying to either erase or silence him or not fund things. Why are they so threatened? Yeah. Guess their identity is in the right place, huh? Yeah. Like, why are they so threatened?
They don't want it out. And he was going on and on. How in the world is him and 10 other guys the only people that are researching this? Just because, that's impossible. And they just brush it aside. You're on psychedelics. You don't know what you're talking about. Have you gone there and looked? No, you haven't. You just brushed it off. You just said, oh, okay, they built them somehow, whatever. But
that's the thing. What you find is the retort and the challenge is never there. So if you aren't going to challenge, if you aren't going to debate, sorry, now you've lost credibility. I'm going to entertain this idea until you prove me otherwise, right?
What's your opinion of psychedelics? He's a lot younger than us.
Psychedelics, never got into it, never really had a history with anything, so I can't speak on the topic.
How old are you, Ben?
22.
Oh, he's a young buddy.
Really never something I plan on doing.
What's your perception of it?
I don't know. I mean, I really can't have a perception. Considering, like you said, I related where, like, I like to have control of things. I'm not a big drinker. If I go out with my friends, I'm usually the one who's sober because I like to be aware of my surroundings at all times, not because I'm in fear of anything, but just how I am. Usually the only time you'll ever see me tipsy or a little drunk is where I'm at my own house or around people that I greatly trust, like at someone else's house, just because of that whole surrounding things. And I don't think I'd ever be able to like allow myself to get into that different world and different perspective of life, just how I am. And I'm perfectly okay with it. I see the world as beautiful as it is on a obviously sober perspective, but I don't take anything away from anyone else doing it, So that's really my perspective on it.
I felt that way too, for sure. For many
at 22, I was scared to death of it.
Yeah, I mean, and that's totally cool. I think my curiosity just got the best of me, and then influence from my fiance. It wasn't like I was, I guess, seeking it out. I just thought, all right, I've weighed the pros and cons. I'm here in the comfort of our home. I know what I'm getting into. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh my God, you thought for yourself?
Yeah.
Wow. Holy hell.
There was no pressure, know. And again, it should be something that like, yeah, maybe you're curious and you want to do it, but otherwise, I could see. You're like, I'm good. Like the world is beautiful. Absolutely. I think it was just seeing that documentary. That's what changed my mind. It really did, because it made so much sense as to the parts of your brain that you could possibly access, and that fascinated me. Because I'm 43 now. I'm so over myself already. Like I just don't care. Like I've gone through different careers and things like that. Now I'm just curious. Like what else is out there? So I think that's probably what my motivator was. Yeah,
I was like him until probably 5 years ago. I didn't want to be out of control. I didn't want some boogeyman to come see me. I didn't. But now, as you get older, you start to say, maybe there is, and then you start reading, and you start to wonder,
Yeah, just don't eat a whole bag of mushrooms.
Take
it easy.
Yeah, it goes slow, like you said.
Yeah.
Now, what's your opinion on now all of a sudden they start talking about UFOs? Do you think that that's a distraction? Do you think what do you think about it? What's your opinion on it? Why now? Why now are they all of a sudden bringing it up?
I'll go back to the diversion tactics. Mm-hmm. That's where my mind goes first. It's a weird one to do, though. It's really out there, literally, to do that. I feel like it's military tech. That's what I feel like, but I would absolutely 100% say we're not alone at the same time. So that could be the possibility, but just the way that it happened, where I'm from in San Diego, the fact that there's such a huge military presence and there's doing so many drills all the time, the odds that it could be a program. I mean, especially if you listen to that one podcast with Bob Lazar.
I was just going to ask you if you saw that.
Yeah, I did.
That documentary.
He's either the most amazing liar actor ever.
They could have the same story since '72.
Right.
I mean,
that's the thing.
That would be the Nobel Prize for liar, right?
I know. That's all I'm saying for anyone listening that's skeptical of that stuff. Just listen to his story and just, is the guy bullshitting you or not? And it's just hard. It's hard to feel like he could be. But he's a master. He's a master of deception, if so. That said, I think that the military part of it, we've heard for decades that what you see in our lives is way behind what they're working on, and everything's proprietary because it's eventually used for war in some way, including all of Elon's technology, which I mentioned earlier. So if you have this incredible tech, it's just getting refined and worked on all this time, and maybe that's what these crafts are, that just defy all reason, all physics that we know to be true. That's what I think is likely. But the part of me that's a huge sci-fi fan my whole life, I really want it to be aliens. I legit want it to be aliens. I find that just as fascinating as the next guy. It would just be so interesting to finally know. That's what we all want, just to know.
From my perspective, either they've always been coming back. I think they're from here. I think the ones that do come back here, I really think they're from here. I think they saw that asteroid coming, Ice Age, and got the hell out. I really do. And I think there are other planets with other life that is not from here. The timing, like you said, it's really odd. You have Ukraine, Russia, you have Biden, making some mistakes. You have a lot of shit. What better distraction than, hey, there's UFOs all of a sudden. Everybody in the planet's going to go look and be like, what? What? They're actually saying this? The White House is saying this? Now? But then when you get through the layer of bullshit, you say to yourself, hold on. Why all of a sudden now? So either, in my opinion, they've always been coming. They just kept it hidden, and now they need a lot of distractions. Or it's they do have technology and they were able to reverse it. We know how close China is to going after Taiwan, which is going to affect us. And what happens right before war? You always show a little bit of something that you have, whether it's ours, China's, North Korea's, who knows. But you always say, hey, fucker, you want to play games? Look what I have. So I think it's one of those two.
It's certainly possible. I mean, intimidation, it's a great tactic right there with something that next level that defies physics.
Drop 40,000 feet and then go however many feet down in the water that we can't even detect it, supposedly.
Yeah, you see that from another nation. And
water thing's fucking weird, though.
It is, yeah. You see that and you know you're at a disadvantage militarily right away, I guarantee. But to go back to the pyramids, if you still can't explain how those were built, still, how they got the granite from 500 miles away, even 200 miles away, those big of pieces of granite, if you can't explain that and how they got it up there, then you also can't tell me I'm foolish or naive to talk about aliens, think they exist, that they existed here before and they just left and came back. It is not that wild if you just take a humble look at it.
I think you would agree with me. What is wild is that there's not 1,000 researchers over there in the Amazon and all the other places trying to figure out how they did it, everything, to then apply it to today's everyday today. But there's nobody doing it.
Exactly.
Other than Graham and his buddies. But you would think there would be tons of archaeologists there trying to figure this out to make our world a better place. I mean, that's what you would think or hope.
It is bizarre,
Fucking
and maybe
egos.
it does come down to the funding aspect. And when you bring in alternative ideas, then the establishment of said sector of society is threatened, and it just happens everywhere, just on a global scale.
Now, say they come out and they say, okay, there are aliens. There's some in the Milky Way. We feel that some things are wrong. 100,000 years old. What does that do to religion? I think that's a big part. If they do know the reality of all this, what does that do to religion? And what conflict would that create? The Pope put it in. Do you know that?
Yeah.
The Pope put that in, Ben.
Really?
Yeah, he put other life into the Catholic Church.
I've thought about that even before all this, and as a Christian, having read the red text in the Bible, which is obviously Jesus's words, they resonated so heavy, and they still do to this day, that it wouldn't shake my core, and it's mainly just because I do feel like God isn't entitled to tell us everything, and if there's life somewhere else, it doesn't negate Jesus's words that he was love, he embodied love. I think that's the whole reason why that message just stood the test of time forever, because at the end of the day, it always comes back to that. Always, right? So whether or not man sprinkles things in over centuries or decades, or you have different sects of each religion that are add little things like Catholicism adds these layers of hierarchy and all sorts of stuff that isn't in the Bible, just part of the cultural practice, right? And that's off-putting to some people. Some people love it. They embrace it. I think something like aliens, to me, again, I don't think it negates Christ's words. Like, it doesn't negate his message. So the people that really leaned into man-made religion or really just weren't on that spiritual connection level of the love part, I think it would cause a lot of chaos, because you see in the Middle East just how much faith-based things, because again, it comes back to tribalism. It's not even about, is it really about the faith at that point? It's more about one side versus the other, and one truth, war. Like, we just continue as man to take things and pervert them, and God's just like, why do you got to ruin everything good that I give you, right? And whether that God is behind that veil of Christianity or not, I feel like Jesus' words, to me, it's just so mind-blowing to me. You could take out all the other things that people will point to say, ha, I got you, or things like that. For me, what he said while he was here on earth is you could spend 1,000 lifetimes and you could never be that clever to say those things. Like, in my experience, like what I read, I'm just like, there's just no way you could be that profound. You could, as a philosopher or anything, to be able to have that big of an impact based on those words.
I'm with you. In my opinion, why can't God be whatever you want it to be, right? And with the whole Bible thing, gotcha, that bullshit, I've heard that too. And God could be anything. I don't think there's anybody that's alive that's going to sit here and say that there's not something bigger than us. Whether you think there's somebody who floated up to heaven and went to hell, whatever. It doesn't matter. There's something bigger than us. I mean, that's obvious. So there's a God in some way, shape, or form. And with the Bible, in my opinion, again, I think it's a good thing. I think it keeps society in check to an extent. But I also think you got 5 guys with 5 different stories, probably on a lot of shrooms and a lot of shit. I don't know. But I think it's a good thing. But just because you believe in the Bible, but you also believe in other life or a different type of God, that doesn't make you like against Jesus Christ. It just means you think outside of the box within.
Absolutely. And you'll find with Christians, the thing that's most off-putting is that they lead with like, it's this or you're going to hell.
Yeah.
That's not the way Christ would say it. He just wouldn't do it. So every time I see an instance where someone is off-put by a Christian, it's so easy for me to see where that person wasn't being Christ-like at all. So I understand why people are just like, I don't really want, if I'm going to end up like that, I don't want to be like that, you know? And I was the same way before I read Jesus' words. And it's not like I'm a Bible thumper. I questioned everything. That's what I wanted from the beginning. I compared it to all other religions because for me, I wanted to know what's out there, what's different about them all, right? And one of the things that stuck with me that Ravi Zacharias said, he's a pastor that passed away, unfortunately, more recently. Yeah, and he's talked about origin, meaning, morality, and destiny. These 4 pillars. And so if you take those 4 pillars, you just have to use those, and whatever you believe in, apply them to it. And whichever one you subscribe to answers those questions for you the most, then you should have peace with that. That should be probably, where you're aligned. And that's where I ended up. I felt like for me, Christ answered origin, meaning, morality, and destiny, this whole encompassing all the pillars for life, to give me answers that were sufficient for me, right? Because you can get into the weeds on all the other stuff for sure. But I think that's a strong one because God is also not going to be confusing if he can help it, right? Like he's not going to be contradictory, right? Whether it's afterlife or you just live here and then you die and that's it. So that's the only thing where I think that you have to invest enough time to get into the weeds with all the different religions and see they kind of have a different idea for afterlife, or they have a different idea of what you're supposed to do while you're alive here. And that's all great. Like I welcome it, and I always welcome being challenged, and being an absolutist just shuts down conversation and thinking that you have the answer and that you're not going to disarm someone on the other side. They're going to just come at you and be like, oh, so you hate gay people and you don't believe in abortion, all these things. Like there's all that stuff that just is the typical way to just say, I'm just looking to discredit you and what you believe. I'm not really interested.
Yeah. I mean, nobody knows. Nobody knows.
That's the thing.
Know, right? So what I like to do is take a little bit from here, a little bit from here, a little bit from here, and make my own conclusion. For a long time, I was dead set on simulation. I really thought we were in
simulation. Yeah,
I really thought that.
I've heard that before.
I still think there's different dimensions. That's what I think. I think when you die, you go to another dimension. But I don't know. And my mind's always open to other theories. But right now, I can never say his name right. Maku, I'm talking to the space guy, Japanese guy.
I don't know how to
Kaku.
I don't know how to pronounce it. Yeah.
his string theory makes the most sense to me, and that doesn't discredit the Bible. That's the thing. None of this shit really discredits the Bible. It's just a little bit of a different way to look at it.
Correct.
Because, and then I'll get off this, but because if you were raped as a kid and beat as a kid, right, and then you go murder 20 people, yes, it's terrible. You should be in jail for the rest of your life. If there is a heaven and hell, does that mean you go to hell? Because look at your upbringing. You were beat by your dad and your mom. Maybe they raped you. They did this. Now you're just set to go down a terrible path. So because that kid was raised and tortured all his life, does whatever he does on his time on earth is going to be hell. He's going to be in jail for life or death penalty. Why would he go to hell?
Right. And I see that too. And I those were some of the big questions early on for me. And I realized that I was simplifying the magnificence of God. Like he's so much bigger than the things we might dwindle down to, that we argue over and bicker over. Because if you go back further, God is just. That if God is who he says he is known to be a just God, right? Multiple religions would agree on that typically. So how could he possibly damn a mere mortal to eternal damnation, right? But the way hell's described is so much in the Bible is symbolic, right? Doesn't mean you're actually being burned alive the entire time. I can't say for sure, but I know it's separation from God, from free will, that you decided you don't want to have anything to do with God, and God's like, okay, then that's what you want, then we will be separated eternally. And I think they use some symbolism and things just to make it sound so bad, but I also think that because he's a just God, I personally believe that I just can't imagine, that's because it's not just, right? It's like you said, you're a byproduct and to some degree a victim of your history.
Circumstance.
Doesn't justify that you hurt other people and do other things. But if you seek out God, if you don't seek out God before that your clock stops ticking, that's it, eternal damnation. I don't believe that personally. I think that there's probably a crossover point. I just saw something online the other day about a doctor, and he was talking about this patient he had who died on the table and then came back, and he said he woke up and he's like, I just met the devil. I was in hell. And he was pale. He was just so afraid, but he asked for forgiveness and to be, have a second chance, and he came back. And it could, whether or not the story's true or not, I just believe that maybe it happens in that crossover period.
That DMT is good shit that gets released, man.
Right. That you meet God, maybe, right?
Yeah.
And God's like, I get it. All I'm saying is just, I'm here for you. You just have to accept me into your life. Just don't deny that I'm here. And I'll never understand atheists that are just like, there is no God, because that means that you are omniscient, like you're everywhere. Like you've been through the galaxies. How would you know?
Well, then explain to me.
You know?
Could you please tell me then what's up there? Can you please go have a meeting with Elon and explain to him how space happened, please?
That's what I mean. The most absolutist perspective like that, you can't make that term unless you are God. Like you've seen it all. You just can't. Like agnostic, I totally respect, where you're just like, I just don't subscribe to it, but there probably is a higher power. Totally understand that, because it's a more humble approach. And again, I still don't know. Like I could be wrong about all my beliefs, and I accept that, and I'm still learning, and it's a journey. And I always welcome challenge in that regard, you know?
And Robert Beto, and then I'll get off this, who, as I told you, was Elon Musk's partner. The one thing he kept saying over and over, and it literally took me 3 months to process it. I would go back, and I never watched myself. I hate it because I don't want to start micromanaging anything.
Yeah, I don't watch my YouTube videos either.
Never.
Post and ghost, like Rogan says.
Post and ghost. And he says... constantly, the space-time continuum, blah, 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 space-time continuum. But where he got me was, he goes, space never begins and it never ends. He says it's a rubber band. It just gets bigger and bigger. It never began and it never ended. And I said, what do you mean it never began? He goes, it never began and it never ends. And he tried to explain it to me, and I would have to go back again for the millionth time, and I still don't get it. But I don't think the brain naturally can get it unless you have an IQ like these guys, like, you know, probably 210, some crazy ass shit. And he would go on and on and on. This, that, the Big Bang never happened. He proved that. That was when I almost fell off the chair, because all my life the Big Bang was everything. And he threw up the slides and he goes, look, right here is happening again. It happens every 5 seconds. It's just a bunch of shit that collides and goes. And I go, but the Big Bang did happen. And he goes, there is no Big Bang. He goes, it's just a collision. It's a massive collision that's constantly happening. We're just seeing it now because the light's coming this way now. And he goes, right now, if you were in my lab, in 5 seconds, I could show you another one and another one and another one. And I said, well, doesn't that discredit God in the Bible? And he goes, absolutely not. This episode is brought to you by Fiji. More than just water.
This is not just rock. It's ancient volcanic rock that filters tropical rain, giving it double the electrolytes and its signature soft, smooth taste. It's not just water. It's Fiji water.
And I go, well, how? And he goes, well, just because space never began, never ended, space-time continuum. He goes, I don't know. You want me to answer? I don't know. It doesn't, but to me, it doesn't, he was just, I don't know. Because I said, well, is there God? He goes, well, there's something bigger than us. I said, well, do you think the Bible God? He goes, I don't know. So because I don't know, I say it doesn't discredit anything. So here's a guy who built a machine that can get to Mars in 10 days, who knows everything about space that there is to know, says, I don't know. And he's not willing to hedge his bet that there is no God like we, may read in the Bible. He plays the fence. I don't know. But I'm here and my job is to figure this shit out. The whole God thing, I don't know. And he goes, I'm not taking chances. And I just started laughing as I'm trying to pick my jaw up off the ground after 3 hours of him telling me life. And I'm like, whoa.
Well, how refreshing is that, right? A genius saying, I don't know. Yeah. You need more of that going around.
Then he went to an island in the middle of nowhere. This is how fucked up the government is. He went to an island in the middle of nowhere. It had no electric. He did it on his own, just for fun. Somehow he built this thing where he would take the waves and turn it into electric. And he supplied this entire island that had nothing with electric, all this just from waves, free. Government finds out, I guess, wherever he built it in the ocean, it was in the wrong area, kind of like aerospace control, and they crushed it. And now that island doesn't have any electricity. But to your point, that two guys, him and a partner, can go through waves, fully power an island. And it wasn't a little island. I mean, it was like Hawaii, let's say, the size of Hawaii. Fully powers it. And he sits there and he says, I'm not taking chances. That's a smart guy to me because he doesn't know,
Knowing your limitations,
Yeah.
And just, again, the open mind thing, it's just you can't learn without it. And that's probably why he's gotten to the point where he's at. He never put a roadblock in the way of his intellect.
Nor should
and what's possible. And then not only that, but with these massive concepts, whether the Big Bang happened or not, I mean, you can't how could you possibly know? Because we work in, like you said, probably different dimensions. God's outside of time. You can't even wrap your head around time not existing. It's only because that's our reality that we age and that we have this way to point back to something that happened on a timeline. But once you take time out of the equation, or even time travel and things like that, I mean, and there's theories there, and Einstein and different things like that. It's just knowing that that's possible changes everything.
Yeah, and it is
wild.
possible. And I'm trying to get him back, but he's in fucking Ukraine. He's from Ukraine.
Oh wow, okay.
And he's in Ukraine. And Beto, get back. Want to answer me? Finally answer me. Soon. Well, stay out of the way of the crazy shit. Don't get blown up. I need one more with you.
I need to listen to that one.
Yeah, it
sounds super interesting.
Really good.
Yeah.
Another documentary that was really. Did you see What Is a Woman?
I did not watch it, but I know of Matt Walsh, and I did listen to that episode of him on Rogan.
That's enough. Did you ever see that, Ben?
No. Nope.
Now,
seen clips of it. Yeah, seen clips.
Now that is crazy to me. It's this documentary. And he's going and talking to teachers, surgeons, all these people, and they're just talking about this like it's nothing, or they just walk out, or it's just unbelievable with these kids at 8, 9, 10. What's your thoughts on that? What's it like with that in California? You know, like...
Well, in California, it's... Now that I'm not a parent yet, but I will be eventually, and I have good friends that have kids that worry about this, but the freedom for a child to have gender reassignment surgery or to have medical, castration or chemical castration, I should say, blows my mind. It's hard to get a tattoo if you're a kid. Like, you're telling me you can go do something that's, much more irreversible and much more consequential. Those type of things, that's where things have gone too extreme, right? When you take away the innocence of a child, I think you've gone too far. I think adults should have the ability to express themselves or decide on their sexuality. It's their right to decide, but don't impose it on other people either. And children are just that place you don't go because they need time to have their innocence. They don't need to explore gender identity and be told what to think about sexuality. Their parents can fill those voids to some degree where it's necessary, but I'm one of those people who also subscribe to let's stick with math, science, and history. I really just don't see the necessity for it at that age. It's just wild to me that you would even need to go there. And I know that there's a lot of pushback for sure.
I just had my first kid. I have a 2-year-old daughter. So I never thought about things like this before ever. But to take out wood shop in school, to take out cooking class, to not really do history, and you're going to take my kid and go try to talk to her about her sexuality at 8, 9, you're out of your fucking mind, buddy. You're not doing that.
Absolutely. It's not their place.
No.
And of course,
when she's 18, look, I think anybody should do whatever they want to do. I mean, for me, like my daughter, if she came and she said, hey, I want to be a guy at 19, I would try to be her friend and talk to her and give her as much information as I could. Real information, show her data, show her some, what happens after it, the possible side effects. And then after she has the data, who am I to tell an adult what they should or shouldn't do? But prior to that, you're going to come visiting me and behind bars.
Yeah, I see where this is going for sure. And I agree. I look at me, if we go back to me talking about TRT, I'm a full-grown man, and at 40 years old, I decided to go that route. I still wasn't fully informed, and I still have reservations, and there still are consequences going on TRT. To come off of it is, some say it's just not possible to do that. I can't imagine like making that decision as a 10-year-old or something to introduce hormones at that phase, right?
How about being the parent that allows that?
Well, that's the thing there too, is projection most likely. It's a selfish motivator that's happening there. There's no way. If you put a child first, then their freedom for their innocence should be the first thing. And introducing that is pure indoctrination. Like, it doesn't matter where you stand. It's not about straight, gay, or whatever. It has nothing to do with those elements. It's just on a human level. We recognize children as being innocents, and when I think there's a bigger, darker thing going on here, and I talked about this with a friend of mine, that if you can steal someone's innocence from a young age, and you can impose sexual dysphoria, and that's not the right word, but confusion. If you can confuse them at a young age and really shake their core, they can become much more impressionable over time. On a psychological level, there's a lot of potential instability there. If you aren't good with yourself, even like we've talked so many times about identity and stuff, you're very malleable. Like, there's a lot there, and so there could be some sort of darker angle there to target what will eventually be the next generation. You have a much more submissive and a much more compliant type of individual when you've had that taken away from you at a young age. You don't even have ownership of your own life, and that's a future that you can dictate. And I don't know.
It's touchy. It's touchy.
Yeah, there's
messy. It's real messy.
There's something that could be there that's a really long game.
Long game.
Yeah.
When did you finish college?
Last spring.
Were they talking about this kind of stuff or anything in college toward the end?
No, I mean, they really didn't get into it. More, it was high school. High school. I graduated in 2018. That's when you started to see it emerging.
You saw it in 18?
I saw it way before that.
What?
I mean, when I was younger in middle school, that was more of schooling. Once I got to high school, you start to see, obviously, they start to push political agendas on you. They steer away from the learning aspect of high school, and they start pushing their opinions, whether it's politics or not. So they just start pushing things that have nothing to do with school at all. And they get so carried away with talking about other things that it takes you away from your learning. And they kind of just push like, all right, here's a book, go learn it. It's not the learning in class anymore. It's more of, like I said, them talking on opinions and topics and debates and all this stuff. And then you get shut down in certain aspects of, the conversation when you speak your mind, and they kind of just push you away. College, really straightforward. Obviously, some universities are different than others. I didn't go to a university. I went to, state colleges, community colleges. Whereas more informative stuff. Obviously, if you take a different major than I took, you might get involved in stuff like that, but I really didn't see any political talk or anything along those lines.
Wow, I'm surprised they're doing that in Florida in 18.
Yeah.
That's why I asked.
Oh, New York.
Oh, I was in New York.
Yeah, I went to high school in New York.
Oh, but still, even in 2018, they're fucking everything up. Jeez.
Yeah.
Well, on to a cooler subject, I guess. How are the voiceovers? You did some voiceovers, Levi's? You did a bunch of voiceovers.
Well, a lot of that was from when I created my commercial reel. So I was trying to create something to get myself on the map in other jobs. I did some stuff for Gatorade, not huge, but most of that stuff was when I was trying to entertain the idea of, out in public, like since my voice changed in 7th grade, I had a super deep voice all of a sudden, and ever since then, hey, you got a radio voice, like you should do radio, you should get into that. And I never gave it much thought. But once I got to the point where I was doing film and music from home, I had a recording set up. It was much more accessible to test the waters. And that was, again, one more thing where I realized if I'm going to pursue this, you got to go all in. And I just wasn't willing to do it yet. But I did get to the point where I tipped my toe in the water to see what it was going to be like. And I will probably revisit that as I get older in life, and because it's something I can do from anywhere. And only my voice sounds like my voice, so it's like there's including every other voice actor. So it's something that you have that you can lean into. I just knew that I didn't want that to be the current chapter or season of my life, but I am still signed with my San Diego agency to do voiceovers. So they do pitch me ideas and work here and there, and I'll audition for it. And sometimes I get it, sometimes I don't. But I think it's super interesting.
Cool, right?
Yeah, I would love to be a character on
like
a cartoon.
Yeah.
Or do a movie trailer or something like it. It would be unreal, you know.
You will.
So fun. I appreciate the vote of confidence.
No, you will. You're dedicated. You have drive. You have motivation. You're a good guy. You will.
Oh, I appreciate it. That would be fun, though. Yeah. But in the meantime, you know, I did make a reel and just kind of like tested the waters a little bit. And to go back to people changing careers, that's what I mean. You got to put yourself out there a little bit. You got to take some risk. But now I know. At least now I know, like, well, I like that, but I'll probably do it later. You know, don't go all in on one thing. It's just...
and something we passed over, that congratulations, on the cover of an Xbox game.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
He was on the cover of Xbox. More than that. And what was it, Sniper 3?
Yeah, Sniper Ghost Warrior 3.
Tell me about that. That call, that cover, you know, the picture. How does that go? I mean, on a video game?
The one I really wanted was when I did this shoot for Guitar Hero's cover, and then the art director came and changed the idea, had a different concept, so they just went with like an arena shot of some kind.
For Guitar
And
Hero?
we did the whole shoot. I brought my guitar that I own, and they're like, yeah, bring your SG Supreme, that's perfect. And I had this fake crowd in front of me, and I was acting like a rock star. And that didn't work out. But the Sniper Ghost Warrior 3, that was one of the coolest shoots I ever did because I got to be on set with a real Navy SEAL. They brought him in to show me how to properly position my body for each shot, how I'd be holding the sniper rifle in real life, and then also for the combat parts of it, how to hold a knife correctly. And, I do a few things where I'm trying to like jump over a box like I'm in motion. So I am like the actual character in that game, which is kind of crazy. Like,
you believe that, dude?
The reason it means so much to me is because I came from the video game industry.
Yeah.
So it was just the coolest thing. It was like my favorite, probably my favorite.
That is so huge, man.
Job. Oh, thanks.
Congratulations. I mean,
thank you.
Not many people could say that.
It's definitely a great feeling, an awesome opportunity. It's really
and very interesting how dedicated they are. Like, they actually had a Navy SEAL there.
Yeah.
It reminds me, a reason why I really respect like Al Pacino, Johnny Depp, a couple others. I remember for Donnie Brasco, Al Pacino or Johnny Depp hung out with the real Donnie Brasco, Joe Pistone, for months and months and months to get him down perfect. I think it was a year he hung out with him to get his body language down, so on and so forth. And then Al Pacino played Lefty, Ruggiero. Nuts. You ever remember that movie?
Yeah.
Put up the window. I'm catching a
yeah.
draft. I'm catching a draft. You know. And Al Pacino would listen to wiretaps of Lefty over and over. And they did that with all their parts, even with Black Mass when he was playing Whitey Bulger. So just like when you did the game, they wanted it real. So they brought a Navy SEAL in to make sure you were holding the knife right, jumping right, so on and so forth. I mean, that's badass, dude.
It is, because we're at a time now where our entertainment value, like our standard for entertainment is crazy high. Even TV shows, watching Game of Thrones and the name escapes me right now. I've been watching it, but House of the Dragon, the level of standard now is so high because people are just comparing what the last best thing was, and or Terminal List with Chris Pratt. Mm-hmm. They're going for that realism because people will call BS because they've compared it to American Sniper or something else, along those lines. And that's an exciting time to be alive because I'm a big movie buff and I love video games and just the creative side of it all. It's just fascinating because if you can't find something to escape with that brings back your sense of wonder, then it's that mindset of just work. It's all about work. You never get back to that child side wonder that you had that makes life so exciting to see what else is out there.
It's just so cool that that you're in front of a video, on the cover of a video game, man. Again, I can't congratulate you enough on that.
Oh, thank you. You know, I don't celebrate my victories, I'll be honest.
Yeah.
And I think that stems from childhood. My dad was an interesting character. He's still alive. I don't mean to say was, but he's not himself anymore these days. But I am so bent on just doing everything opposite of what I kind of saw that I don't stop to pause to appreciate some of the things that I always feel like I could be more, and I should do more, and I'm not as proud of things as I should be, and it's refreshing if someone says something to me, for sure, but I'm just so focused on how I can get better or do better, and it's kind of a curse in some ways, because I want to be present and at peace with who I am too, and not feel like what I produce determines my value. But that's still something I'm working through.
No, I think you should stay the way you are, and then when you're 55 and you can retire, then go reminisce on the beach while somebody's bringing you a martini and your wife a martini, and then you could think about that. Until then, just keep doing what you're doing.
Sure, I appreciate that.
Before we go through all your sites, how'd you meet Katie? Because I remember when Katie started coming on your YouTube channel, and then didn't she started her own line?
Yeah, Choreo Active, her last name Choreo. She started her own activewear line, and it's amazing. And I mean, she's amazing. Talk about covers and fitness covers. She's done those. You know,
What's her website? We'll pull her website up for her.
So KatieChoreo.com. That's her site. It's kind of like with me, where I have an activewear, or I have a clothing line, and then I have my own site.
Bro. She's part of you. We'll pull it up.
Yeah. So Choreo is Corio. So Katie, just like it sounds, with a K.
How'd you meet her?
At the gym.
At the gym, huh?
Yeah, big surprise, because we're both into fitness. So it's like kind of corny that I always say that. But we did have our first date in New York, which is cool. We happened to be there at the same time. Went to the meatball shop. And
meatball shop.
The rest was history. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that's her.
Okay, click on that, Ben. And we'll go through that for
so Katie's motivated me to start she's motivated me to start my YouTube channel.
Oh, she did?
Yeah, among other things. The clothing line too. She's extremely inspiring. But she's kind of like a Jillian Michaels of our time kind of thing, you know?
Mm-hmm.
She's all fitness related. And she also has her athletic wear, like I said.
And that's under what? The Active?
Choreo Active. If you look on the main menu at the top, you'll see the second one. So, and it's, you've probably experienced Lululemon at some point.
Yeah.
It's at that level and better. So
yeah, very cool. Well, you guys have come a long way. Scroll down through that, Ben. Very cool.
Yeah, we shoot all that together in the warehouse. Me and her shoot each other.
Yeah, that's cool.
Like we get to keep
somebody.
operating. I'm telling you, it's all about operating costs in California.
Yeah.
If you're trying to do a business, like you got to do a lot yourself, because I only have one part-time employee, and it comes in once a week and then works the rest remote, and then a couple contracted employees that are unbelievable, but that's it, you know. And like people will perceive things that it's like,
skeleton.
You got this massive.
You don't want that.
You know,
that's just
like,
a headache.
It's not true. But I mean, I can't even afford that. You know,
Yeah.
It's everything is just
too much
perception. You know.
Well, congratulations to Katie. We'll have this in the description as well.
I appreciate that.
Ben, go to his website. You can just go to the next tab over from Katie's. You just go to home. Go to the home page. And there's anything you want him to click on, or we can just give the website for this here.
Oh, I was just going to say, for my menswear line, if anyone is curious about it, you can use code Tommy, and you'll get 25% off, which is the biggest discount I do. So you will save a lot. That's how much I believe in my brand, and think that if you try it,
you'll come back.
You'll be hooked.
Click on menswear.
Yeah. So it's westonjonboucher.com. It's just my full name. I tried to think of a name, and they were all taken. And Katie's like, why don't you just use your name? I was like, it just sounds so egotistical. And then I'm modeling everything. But it's the funny thing is I'm modeling everything to save money. It's not because I don't want to hire a bunch of models and shoot it, but it's just I'm so busy. Like, I don't have enough time or resources to do that. So,
but you are a model. So why the hell would you hire a model?
Well, it's just,
I know.
It's just so people can relate, and like everyone, perceives people differently and stuff. So I just want to have some.
So use code Tommy to get 25% off. This will be at the top and in the description. And I don't think you'll be dissatisfied. And then go to his YouTube channel.
Yeah, so my YouTube is just my name, Weston Bouchér. It's pretty easy. It should come up right away. Yep. And then, of course, if you watch any of my YouTube videos, I'll mention my Amazon shop because that's all the stuff I use. So if you want to know.
Yeah, click on his Amazon, that one right there. Yep. And just scroll through this, Ben, while he and I talk. Scroll down through it. And this, I'm telling you, whatever you had in 19, I pretty much bought all of it. Now you have all kinds of stuff. But back then it was the blue eye drops, the hair dryer, the mirror, the hair stuff, the hairspray. I think something from MAC, the matte.
Yeah, the matte cream.
Yeah, what we were talking on text, and then we'll hit your Instagram. What are some things that you have changed that you found that really worked better for photo shoots, maybe on video? One or two things that you've changed that you really noticed?
Well, I think that hair product for guys, they're like, oh, I'll just use gel or something, or just in general, a lot of guys don't realize that not everything is a sham when it comes to spending a little bit more for products and things like that. It really does make a difference. So when I first got in the modeling industry, I was so naive. Like, I didn't really know. And you sit down with these stylists who are working with celebrities all the time. Nicki Minaj was filming a music video in the next room at this one shoot. I was shooting for Martini, actually. And so my hair, when he was done with it, I was like, wow, that looks amazing. Like, how'd you do that? And he's like, well, what type of blow dryer are you using? I'm like, I don't even blow dry my hair. And he's like, well, do you condition your hair? I'm like, not really. And then he's like, well, what about your hair product? I was like, gosh, I don't remember the name of it right now. It's something really basic. And that after that is when I started to realize, because I got everything he told me to, which his name's Mateo. He's an amazing stylist. And ever since then, I realized there's this whole world I didn't even realize that I don't need to spend that much more, and I could look that much better. I'm going to do it, and that's where it all came from, was just learning from people whose businesses to make someone look as good as they can on camera. So why not apply that to real life? Like, why not find some of these little tricks and tell the rest of the world? So that's been fun.
That hairbrush is the best hairbrush ever made.
Yeah,
the Denman from 19. It is the best hairbrush, period.
It is, and it's not like revolutionary. It's just right for guys' hair, for the length, this type of length.
Yeah,
it's that,
and you can take it off and clean it. I mean, the fucking things last 4 years.
Oh, there's a reason why most of the stuff on my shop is just crazy off the charts reviews, because there's just certain stuff out there that companies just dial in so well. And what's great for me is I'm not sponsored by any of these brands, so I can just be like, this is literally the one I use, and luckily Amazon carries everything, so I don't have to point anywhere else. So it's nice because I don't feel like my motives are off. Of course, I get the kickback from when people use it, but so to me, I'm just like, that's what I use, and look at it, it works. I swear to God, it's awesome.
You know what's funny? Every time I use the Orbe, it's stuck in my head. You say, if you put too much on, you're going to have white in your hair. You're like, make sure they're clear. Make sure your hands are clear.
Yeah.
It's embedded in my head because I watched this video so many times, because there's a few times I didn't make it clear.
You see
and somebody would be like, you have to shake your hair, bro.
Yeah.
Fuck, Weston.
Yeah. No, it's not bird shit. Yeah, that's things like from that video. And now I use the Orbe Rough Luxury Soft Molding Paste, which is contradictory sounding, but that's actually what they call it. Like, see, it says soft molding paste, and that's only because I have more gray hair now. So the wax, like, you don't want, if your guys are listening, like, if you have a lot of gray hair, you're going to want to use like a paste more often, a molding paste, and because a wax is super abrasive and it's only going to work like you have really like great strong dark hair. But as you get older, like obviously with grays, it gets wiry and you can't control it anymore. So these type of things all add up.
You want to hear a quick horror story?
Always.
So I was dyeing the sides here and right here with men's hair, that 10-minute thing, and I left it in just the sides overnight one time, And about 3 days later, I looked in the mirror, and right here, I had a bald spot. And I go, oh, shit, I'm going bald. So I called my buddy, because I really thought I was. And a friend of mine, he had done 12 years in prison. And right before he went in, he went to Men's Hair Club in Tennessee. I got the doctor's name, everything. He came out after 12 years, still full head of hair. They did the cut in the back. So in my mind, the second I start going back, if I do, I'm going right to that guy. So I'm ready to make the plans. My barber, who I've had forever, he actually moved down here when I moved down here. He was like, did you dye your hair? And I said, yeah. And he's Cuban. And he said, what'd you use? I said, men, whatever, the 10-minute one.
Just for men.
Just for men, yeah. He goes, no, that burnt. You have a problem. Luckily, it grew back. It took 3 months. So for 3 months, I had to put a little black thing right there to cover it. It fried me. It did.
I mean, I just can't believe you left it in overnight. Like, I'd be so worried it's just my sheets. That's what I think of first. But I leave it in for 15 minutes. But I don't use Just for Men anymore just because of the intensity level of it. But it works. It really does work. There's no question.
Is it safe if you just do it in 10 minutes? Because then I was looking at reviews, but I don't believe that shit. If you use it properly, do you think it's safe, or is there a better dye?
There is a better dye. The thing is that I have no idea how those compounds and chemicals will affect someone over a long period of time. So I say, why not just remove it altogether if there's an alternative? And although Just for Men works really good, there are parabens and things like that in it that make it work really good in that intensity level. And there's tons of guys who've written me because my beard dye video on YouTube has done.
Yeah, I remember that one.
Yeah, that one's done a lot, got a lot of exposure, I should say. So you have obviously a certain amount of guys that are like, I had an immediate allergic reaction. You'll see that on Amazon too. And that's just because people have allergens to certain things. Whether or not it's like from the devil, I don't really know, like chemical wise. Like I've been fine with it when I used it for so long. But then a company approached me named Simpler Hair Color, and I don't ever work with anybody unless I'm like, all right, are you legit? Because I just don't want to tell people about it unless it's legit. Because Just for Men has worked for me, so why would I change? And they just basically made the same thing, but there's no parabens, there's no PPD, there's no ammonia. So they've removed a lot of those
toxins,
super gnarly, toxins that are in there. So that's another alternative. It's not as intense, but you could see like it looks pretty good. My beard would be white otherwise.
Yeah.
So it still looks good.
What's it called again?
And you use for your hair too. Simpler Hair Color.
Simpler Hair Color.
There's a lot of knockoff brands right now, and they steal my videos from that beard dye video and run ads all over Instagram. I get guys DMing out there, hey, do you sponsor this product? No. Simpler. Simpler is the only one that's actually legit, and the owner is cool, and he uses it too, and he's just a nice guy. So it's like one of the few times I, will align with like a company long term.
Pull up his Instagram.
So that's an option for guys. If I know that not everyone, some guys, I mean, women like the gray, so it just depends on the guy.
Look at Clooney.
I mean, there's going to be a certain point where I'm just not going to die.
Just say fuck it.
Yeah. And you'll see in some of my photos from when I was in Cape Town, South Africa, it was all gray, 100%.
This is your Instagram here?
Yeah, and I call it Insta-Sham these days because all they do is just, here's your reach, and they just, they bottleneck it.
Yeah,
they just, your engagement, because they just want you to spend money on ads. But it's like, anyone from Instagram listening, like if you want people to continue to create and spend the time to make good content on your platform, do not stifle their progress and like so much, like I'll pay for an ad if it works, but Jesus, let off that stranglehold a little bit.
Did you notice that if you don't buy ads with them, your followers don't move?
That's the thing. In the second you test the waters, it's like they just go, okay, no more reach for you. But then I tried it and it didn't work. Like it didn't really change anything.
They throttle it. They throttle it to death.
Yeah, and it just makes no sense. It's like, do you want to become irrelevant? Because eventually people are like, all right, I'll go to TikTok. All right, I'll go to YouTube. Has shorts now, YouTube Shorts, YouTube Stories. Like snooze, you lose. Like people are just going to copy your tech.
Because everybody, although it's the worst thing in the planet to use, they're all using TikTok. So now Instagram's trying to compete with TikTok with the Reels. YouTube's trying to compete with TikTok with the Shorts. Meanwhile, TikTok's just downloading your entire phone. Do you know that?
Yeah, no, I know.
Everything.
I know.
Everything.
I really regret
pictures, emails,
being on there.
Everything.
I did it because of work again. I made this compromise, and you find out later, you're like, oh my God, is anything legit anymore? Is there not an ulterior motive to everything? God.
Fun fact, and I'll take you out of the handcuffs. So
I
could get you back in again.
I have a great time.
TikTok, when you go into the code, they have a relay by city. Roughly every 90 seconds, it will just pick Ben. Boom. 1 million views, 500,000 likes. Ben goes and tells Weston, I just went on TikTok. I'm viral. You tell 30 other people. This is around the country. They only do it in the U.S. Now it blows up. Now they down every time you open that on your phone, is downloading every message, every phone call, every picture, every video, every email, everything that you've done.
Wow.
And the top research psychologist was just in here yesterday, and he'll tell you he's probably the number one ever, but he's got more accomplished than anyone in the world, period. And he came out with an article today about the red wave. He testified in front of Congress, the whole nine. And I knew how bad TikTok was as a coder, but hearing it from him, he's on that Elon level, everything, like scary everything.
Wow. Talking about being able to have dirt on every human in the world. And not only that, but know exactly how they tick. And then I heard about as well for all the genetic data that they've harnessed from 23andMe and Ancestry DNA tests. I've heard that as well. Mm-hmm. So they can create a bioweapon that could kill only certain types of people.
CIA guys said the CIA guys said it, the Ancestry one. They take all that data.
They've got mine. So
they got mine too.
I fell for it.
Me too. And it's bullshit according to them. I don't know. Who knows? But I'm sure they are taking it.
Oh, knowledge is power. Data. It's like.
And the guy that was in yesterday, who's gotten death threats and had a horrible tragedy due to all this, and all he was just. He wasn't saying like, I hate Google. He was saying, this is what Google is doing. This is what TikTok is doing. They're swaying elections. He's breaking it down. That's all he's doing. He's saying, I like Google. I think it's great, but they're using it as a weapon that's destroying democracy. It's destroying kids. It's destroying people. That's what he's saying. Not that he hates it, but it needs to be whatever. Neutral. And through that, the top guy who is just making a point, death threats, enormous tragedy in his life. It's unbelievable.
That's what's scary is like, if enough of us remain silent, they have all the power, right? And only a few will start to speak up because it is scary. Like when your livelihood or your life.
And he's like Graham Hancock. He's the only one digging into this. And he said to me, he's like, me and my team are the only one doing this, but it has to be done. And as I said, he's a genius. So what he's doing is he's building machines, or he's built them. So as Google advances, his machines advance. It calculates the trend. So his theory is by 2023, all his machines and monitoring devices will be at the point where now there's a way to fight Google back. So now he can hit Google back. Not him himself, but he'll have the algorithm to shoot back at Google, which would make them a stalemate. I mean, the guy's on that level that he can do it. And
well, Titans can fall too.
Yeah.
I mean, Yahoo, no one talks about Yahoo and AOL very much anymore. I know Yahoo's still there, but I was thinking about how when you have these huge entities that combine so recently, I believe it was the head of the UN publicly. I watched it. I heard her words in context, and she's like, "We recently partnered with Google because we realized there was a problem when you search for climate change related data, that you were getting a lot of really, really bad results. And we need people to know that we own the science. She said that verbatim. We own the science. I can understand if you had good intentions on that approach where you're like, well, we don't want a bunch of total BS nonsense stuff coming up on page 1, but you also can't say you own the science, because there are lots of people, including Bjorn Lomborg that I listened to yesterday on Rogan, who's very middle ground on climate. He's not extreme on either way. He looks at UN data. It's exactly what he looks at, is the UN data, and so his perspective is not extreme. I encourage anyone to listen to that episode on Rogan, but to say you own the science is where you lose me completely, because that's just absolutely top-down authoritarian. If I was a young scientist and I was researching or in the field and someone said that at the very top, I'd say science is heading in a very bad direction in any industry to ever say that.
I totally agree with you. I couldn't agree anymore. Me personally, I'm pretty extreme, because I read the science, and the science tells me that this happens all the time. Are we adding to it? Yeah, but are we adding to it where it's going to make a difference? In my opinion, no. Just read history.
Well, that's what Bjorn talks about. He just says that we have sensationalized so many hot button issues these days, but he made the most fascinating point. He's like, he said, I think 1 million people die per year of tuberculosis still. So when you combine that for how long it's been around, it's unbelievable how many people die every year. No one talks about it. Should we not focus on this glaring elephant in the room of where we could actually save lives, but we don't talk about it? It just depends on what you're being fed to get
but
a reaction.
We talk about Green, who is backed by Bill Gates, who, if there's a devil, it's him. Him and Pfizer are the devil.
I mean, they
may
likely be. Yeah. All right.
In my opinion, they are the fucking devil.
I don't think it's a bad suspicion to have. I don't think you're that far off.
So give everybody the clothing site, your YouTube, everything you can.
Yeah, so just westonjonboucher.com to check out my line. Again, use code Tommy, just like it sounds, for 25% off. I don't do discounts that big. Like I said, I do have limited inventory because I'm a boutique brand. I do have a new tee that I'm wearing right now that is 100% made in the USA. So if you want to support more stuff being made in the USA, I will say it's very expensive to develop. So you will see that on the retail price. It's a little higher than the average tee, but it's 100% Supima cotton. So it is the real deal. Check me out on YouTube if you want to talk about anything men's self-improvement, all the topics that me and Tommy covered and more. I go into men's mental health and wellness, fitness, grooming, skincare, all that stuff.
Supplements, eating, I saw in there. I've watched them all until 21.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. You're an OG subscriber, and I'm so grateful that you have me on. It's very humbling after watching episodes of Dr. Peter McCullough and Dr. Robert Malone sitting in this seat.
Thank you.
To know that I even had a chance to sit here is pretty wild. So thank you so much for having me on.
It's an honor, and thank you for coming, because part of the reason I even sat down and tried this was because of you. Really, I watched you. I started maybe 15 months ago doing this shit. And it was just, I actually interviewed my barber. That's why that was my first 5 interviews was my barber. He hit the jackpot in the stock market, and he was a big advocate for marijuana because they wanted him to get back surgery, excuse me, at the time. And he was one of those people that could smoke indica all day long and not fall asleep. Me, see you later.
Yeah,
him,
in the couch. Yeah,
in the couch. Him, he didn't have to get back surgery. The indica was enough where he could exercise and work through it and never had to get it. So that was my first 5 episodes, 15 minutes each. And you were
beginnings.
Huh?
Humble beginnings.
Yeah. And you were a big inspiration. You really were.
Well, that means a lot, because what you're doing is giving the world this space for conversation in a time where it's being suppressed, and that couldn't be more important right now and relevant. So
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
All right, Weston, man, thank you so much.
Thank
and
you.
I got your name right, Boucher, but it's spelled
You did.
Boucher.
It yep, it looks like Boucher.
Yeah, because it's Boucher, right?
That's it right there.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you again, sir. And,
Thank you.
And, don't change and keep driving and tell Katie I said hello.
I will. Thank you so much.
Thank you.